missing a slide. I don't know what happens, but that slide was looking at what are some of the issues that really are arising from this demand. And because my role is to incite debate around them, one of the issues is the markets. How are we going to organize the markets for minerals in terms of restructuring, in terms of pricing, in terms of participation, such that these markets work in a sustainable way? The second challenge, I'm happy the Honorable Minister has pointed out, is the concentration of processing. In the current framework, in the market of these minerals, Africa is only participating in the extraction. The processing is largely in 3 countries, US, Qatar, and China, where China is taking close to 90% of the share of processing of these critical minerals, which we would call green minerals. And that's very important. Another issue that is very important is harnessing the benefits from these minerals. Are we going to go back to the old days problem of selling the raw materials and getting the value, but take the rents to those countries where they can process and possibly produce final products? How are we playing a role that actually benefits the country? And then some other issue which is very important: how do we manage this relationship? Where minerals exist, geopolitics becomes a problem. We have always complained about the West wanting our resources all the time. Now with a new precious resource whose demand is growing, how are we going to structure our geopolitical relationship such that we are able to command our destiny with our minerals? So that is something important to think about. Now, critical minerals, what exactly do they do in this sector? I can briefly repeat what the minister said for emphasis. The critical minerals are becoming part of our energy security. But at MOVES, we have been working on energy poverty and energy security, and I'm happy that we have challenged the status quo. One of our PhD students has just modified the measure of energy poverty and energy security. Now we have a new measure that is World Bank has accepted to adopt of how to measure energy poverty based on the Uganda-based energy index. So with now the emergence of critical minerals as being part of the drivers, because they are the ones which are supposed to build these systems, and these systems are supposed to rely on these critical minerals, how best they are supplied, because they are the ones used in storage. When we have intermittent renewables, we need storage. They are the ones which are building the grids. A lot of copper and aluminum are very important. They are the same minerals which are endowed, we call rare minerals, which can build the IT systems, used in computer chips, used in mobile phone chips, in processors. And they are the ones which build magnets. And everybody went through an electrification class can remember electricity starts with a small thing called a what? A magnet. So we need these minerals to build these permanent magnets and electric vehicles. So they are playing a big role. And our future system is highly dependent on the supply and the surety of supply of these minerals. Therefore, we need a new measure of energy security that incorporates another dimension of critical minerals security. So that is very important thing to think about. I've already mentioned these issues of how to make markets work and so on. And what are some of the risks we are likely to face in exploitation of these minerals? One, environmental degradation, where there is mining, of course, there is opening the earth to problems. Are we opening another Pandora box of, or another avenue for pollution, yet we are fighting pollution? Governance, failures, corruption, and capture. The last one is very important. If you have been listening to South African news, you will always have heard about Guptas as a problem in South Africa. How are we avoiding the mineral-based Guptas in these continents of ours? Civil conflicts, we have labor-related issues, and Oxfam and have published a lot about child labor and mining, work abuse and mining, as well as remuneration and work safety issues. The other important issue is the worsening social justices. Are we creating avenues for more inequality in society, gender inequality, rural-urban bias? Are we having avenues, are we creating avenues for more of societies which own these resources in their localities, losing them to the center? We have a centralized system of collecting revenues. URA takes everything if it is a mineral in Uganda. How are we trickling back these minerals to where they come from and the benefits are realized? So that's a challenge. Are we not likely to end up in a mineral-dependent economy? I've been following the debate in our news here. You will hear somebody talking about our oil is coming, our Uganda will be better. Then what happens to our tourism, our agriculture, and the rest? So are we now creating an Africa or a developing world that is critical mineral dependent? I have one of my students who presented last week, and I was almost crying with the story of Southern Sudan. 90 to 95% of its GDP is oil dependent. So then the geopolitical consequence, are we moving to another relationship that may be dangerous of militarizing these critical minerals? Everybody knows what happens with uranium. Are we not like, how are we going to maneuver the North Korea Iran conflict with the West and the other world? So, and the most and very important part there, which is a risk component, we have invested in other resources, and we need more investment in these renewables development, infrastructure, and etc. What if there are changes in time? Are we likely to end up with resource stranding or asset stranding? Demand changes, and all of a sudden our investments are becoming useless. So that is a serious risk we are facing. Of course, don't forget we have invested a lot in the fossil fuels, and we have a lot of future in it. How does the transition now take us there? Now, finally, I would like to propose some of the key important aspects which we could think about deeply in order to avoid these risks. We need to, I've already emphasized that, we need to view critical minerals as part of the energy security and possibly as part of national security, because energy is national security sometimes. Ensure adequate investments in diversified supply, and that includes strengthening the financing mechanism for renewable development. We need to integrate the financing of green developments into the carbon or the climate change agenda and facilitation. Promote technology and innovation. As universities, we are waiting for the mineral department to be integrated in our, with us in our programs. We are happy we have had a lot of MOUs in the energy sector, but we haven't had an MOU with the mineral sector in this country. Can we, who produce or who are testing some of the theory and knowledge be integrated to the users. And measures to scale up recycling is something very important. And I think you have seen in the steel industry what recycling is doing, and in the plastics. Can we strengthen the collaboration? And the most important is the cooperation between countries. These minerals are not endowed in one country. They are occurring across countries. How far have we gone in developing regional cooperations, at least starting with the East African bloc, if we can harness the economies of scale that would come with a joint effort. And I think everybody can witness in the machines that have revolutionized our lives, phones and the computers. No single country produces a computer on its own. It's always a collaboration. An airplane is produced by more than 100 countries, each one contributing, and we need those mechanisms to improve our best. And of course, lastly, measures to improve governance of the sector. Here we don't need to invent a wheel. We need to adopt best practices that have worked everywhere. And theoretically, where we have a threat of capture, history has shown that if we can develop in strong, independent institutions that are cushioned against influence peddling, we can avoid capture. So are we moving towards that direction? And my conclusion would be to re-emphasize the role of critical minerals now in this energy transition, and we have no option but to integrate it in our national energy security measures and keep tracking the critical mineral security of our countries. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Livingstone. If you could just take your seat there. I know you're trying to run away from this table, but big round of applause to Dr. Livingstone again. Now those ones must be the Tanzanians. Are they the ones clapping? No. Okay. So I'd also like to invite Honorable George Odong, if you could come and take your seat here as well. And then Ms. Michelle Mwambela, if you can also take your seat here. Thank you, Dr. Livingstone. I think you have given us quite a number of questions to ponder on. And if you look at the theme for the dialogue today, is towards a people-centered and just energy transition for East Africa. And I think you've brought out very pertinent issues about the resources that we have. I guess this is also looking at the continent. It's not really just about Africa, because the continent is where these critical minerals are and where the demand is going to be for the just energy transition to thrive. And so as we get into the discussion a little bit more, I'm just going to welcome Honorable, who is from the Iyala Parliament, and I know you speak for quite a number of people on these issues, and this room is representative of Iyala in some way, except for a few countries who are who are not here. But I would like you to just come and share a few remarks. You've listened to what Dr. Livingstone has shared. I think you might have heard from the minister as well. Just a few remarks, but also you can welcome us in the spirit of East Africa. And then from there, we'll hear from Michelle, and then we will end this first session. So if you want to speak from there, I think maybe it makes sense to come here. Yeah, for purposes of, and also we have an online audience, so if you could, take note of that as well. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Odongo, and I'm a member of Iyala. First, I want to thank Oxfam and organizers of this conference for inviting Iyala to be part of this conversation, very, very important conversation on just transition, energy transition. And indeed, also to thank you for inviting the other stakeholders. I hope that members of Ugandan Parliament are also participating. And if they are not, then that should be the beginning of our next conversation. Because the outcomes of this dialogue is that we need to begin to imagine policies that are responsive in line with our energy transition ambition. Now, as I was listening to Doctor, I tend to appreciate that this is a very knowledge-intensive sector. And indeed, for us to be able to fashion it in a way that is going to, to be responsive to our sustainable development demands, we then need to have an intelligent conversation around those issues. And for us to have an intelligent conversation around those issues, it means that those who make decisions on our behalf should as well be as deep as Doctor has been able to present, because we have given them the powers to make those decisions. So when I sit at IALA and I'm making the decisions on strategic minerals and so on, I really need to be very comfortable with information. I need to be very comfortable with the statistics. I need to be very comfortable with the implications of the decisions that I'm going to make. So the first that I would think that we should take on from here is actually to bring on board those people who actually make the final decision on policy matters. Members of Parliament, both at the regional level and at the national level. So as civil society and all the participants who are here, one of the recommendations and which we should take practically forward is to engage very, very constructively with the committees of Parliament and also overall with Parliament. How I wish we could have this, the whole Parliament of Uganda, the whole Parliament of Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and now DRC. We go through this so that we begin to look at it with the same lenses. You have seen that in the East African Community Vision 2050, there is the need for harmonization of policies, because each country has very, very specific policies that are geared to their national mineral resource, their national strategic plans. But I think as a region now, including Doctor here today, that we resources together and making sure that each country makes a contribution to ensuring that we have energy transition for the East African community. Now, for us who sit in the political space, we are in a very difficult position. On one hand, and I think the minister must have said this very critically, on one hand, you would want to be seen to be investing in development. So you want to exploit as much minerals as possible to get the resources to ensure that you are able to come with the roads, electricity, education, and so on. And yet, on the other hand, they are saying there is a sustainable way of doing it. So it's a delicate balance. And it's that conversation that currently, if you are following up the East African Community Oil pipeline project, it is that delicate balance of, on one hand, you want to deliver because you want money. We are looking at the energy sector, we are looking at the mineral sector, the extractive industry as one of those that is going to power our economies. And yet, on the other hand, they are telling you, no, there are A, B, C, D that restrict your capacity to mine. And time is of essence. And for politicians, it's every 5 years you must renew your contract. So if you have no resources to meet your manifesto, sometimes you are forced to make some of those very difficult decisions. So it's a very difficult thing. So the broader question here is governance of that sector. And the extractive industry in EAC is replete with so many governance issues. And I think it's important that we delve into really deepening our, research and being able to share them with the different countries with the view of really shaping up the governance. All the things we are hearing of state capture, the fear of, environmental degradation, the secrecy around contracts, international contracts, and so on and so forth. These are all governance issues, and they are very critical if we are to have a very progressive extractive industry. The good news is that we are coming into this space at the time when we can learn from those that have done best. There are best practices to learn from. The question is whether we have governments that are willing to learn, whether we have systems that are willing to adjust, whether we are that patient to say that, yes, we can sacrifice a little today just to make sure that something works better in next 5, 10 years. Now, these are the things that we need to have a conversation around, and we need to push our governments into that direction. It's a very difficult conversation, but one that has got to be started. And it will not start anywhere else unless it starts with academia, it starts with the civil society, it starts with the political class. The political class are usually consumers of information. They really are consumers of info. They don't generate that information. So those of you who generate that information, it's important that you share it with the political class, and hopefully they are willing to listen. And I am glad that the Honorable Minister is here. I pray that at the level of cabinet that originates these policies, we are able to be more flexible enough and come out with a very progressive. Otherwise, the East African community is really ready for takeoff. We have our Vision 2030, but also which is consistent with the Africa mining vision. But there are areas where there are inconsistencies, and that's where we need to try and fix as much as possible. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm here to listen and take notes.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you for coming in at a time when, it was kind of short notice also just to bring you in at this point. But thank you very much for that. And thank you so much for the remarks. I think very important actions for us, especially those in civil society, on engaging the decision makers, the policy makers, and really getting them into this conversation. So I'm also still trying to redeem time. So Michelle, I might have to cut your time again. So I'm giving you 5 minutes to react to the conversation we're having, to also some of the key areas that Dr. Livingstone has presented. Michelle is from Kenya. Please clap for Michelle. She's our first panelist who's not Ugandan. Extractives Catalyst Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Michelle Mwambela. I am a programs manager at the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. Now, in short, AWIC works with women in the energy and extractives value chains, and we have various initiatives towards supporting them achieve economic independence, among other things. Now, maybe just to thank the Honorable Minister for pointing out what Uganda is doing towards climate change and its commitment towards energy transition, as well as the very elaborate presentation by Dr. Livingstone. Now, because I have been given a very tight timeline, let me just get to it. Climate change is now being felt by most of us. We can each give an example of some of the changes that we are seeing in our various countries and in our communities. And therefore, this movement around energy transition could not have come at a better time. Today's theme is towards a people-centered and just energy transition for East Africa. The recently launched action plan by the AU on climate change development and resilience also has as part of its core principles a people-centered approach and a just transition. But what is people-centered approach? Who are the people in a people-centered approach? And just transition. What is just and to whom is it just? For me, my key areas would be looking at how are we ensuring an inclusive conversation towards addressing climate change issues and energy transition. Are we involving women who have been disproportionately disadvantaged by the effects of climate change? Women have to go further to get water. Women have to look for alternative sources of energy to use in the home. Agricultural activities have been disrupted. Livestock, as we know, Kenya is suffering greatly. The northern region of Kenya, for instance, is suffering greatly from drought that has prolonged over a few years now. And so how are we ensuring the voices of each and every participant of our communities? How are we involving the youth? Francis rightly pointed out that even women, urban women are not affected in the same way as rural women are. Elderly women are not affected in the same way as younger women would be. And so as we design initiatives and policies around energy transition and climate change, we have to be cognizant of the fact that it cannot be an all-size-fits-all approach. We have to customize and we have to custom make our initiatives and our activities to make sure that we take care of the various sectors. How are we dealing with the agricultural sector? How are we dealing with extractive sector? How are we dealing with all other sectors that have been adversely affected by climate change? When you look at a just transition, we have statistics around energy poverty. And the International Energy Agency in 2019 reported that about 580 million people in Africa have no access to electricity. Now, we talk about gender transition. I mean, just transition. Are the proposals around energy transition going to further this gap? Are we going to further disadvantage the rural people who may not have access to the modern energy solutions that are being proposed towards clean energy and green energy? How do we make sure that even the poorest of the people at the grassroots and lowest level are able to access modern and clean energy, are able to afford it in a sustainable way? Because otherwise we will be leaving behind a very significant people, especially in Africa, while we sit at COP27 and talk about how we are moving towards a zero net footprint. And so that for me would be inclusion for the people-centered approach and justice in the energy transition. Secondly, and now to focus on the extraction or exploitation of critical minerals, there are several governance issues that come into mind or into play. What do our mineral and mining acts look like currently? Have we factored in this huge rush and demand for our minerals? I'm happy to have heard from the Honorable Minister that the new act, the Mining and Minerals Act 2022 in Uganda, was recently enacted, and it takes care of issues like community engagement, issues around traceability, issues around banning of mercury and cyanide, which of course reduces the environmental footprint of some of these mining exercises, but also for the fact that when it comes to issues of transparency and accountability, only 24 countries in Africa are signatories to the EITI initiative. Kenya in itself is not one of those. So how are we accountable to our people? How do we know the energy contracts or energy transition contracts? What do they look like? What are the consensus therein? What are the royalties being paid? How are we taking care of local content, skills transfer, mineral beneficiation within our countries or within the region? What are the fiscal and tax regimes that are in place? And are they towards our benefit? Would we grow at the end of this critical minerals boom, is it sustainable at all? So lots of questions around governance issues, and I think some of those will be highlighted in our discussions in the course of the day. But our governments need to move with speed because the rush is real and the movement is moving. It's coming, and if we do not prepare ourselves in advance, we could be caught flat-footed, we could be caught unprepared, and I dare say we will be crying and saying, oh, we've been exploited, oh, we are always the underdog. But really, what lessons can we learn from previous experiences, and how are we preparing ourselves towards the energy transition when it comes? I know initiatives and a lot is in play already, and so this is an urge to all of us, all the stakeholders in this room, civil society, state actors, non-state actors, to encourage the dialogue, the inclusivity that the previous speaker just spoke about. How are we ensuring that the representation of our people, the inclusion, the sustainability of this movement is towards the benefit of Africa as a continent? Thank you very much. Those would be my remarks for now, and I look forward to interacting more deeply and engaging more meaningfully in the course of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Another round of applause for Michelle. We have had quite a lot of information coming through this morning, and I believe it's very critical for us to sort of absorb it before we get into the next session. There'll be a chance for us in the audience to share our insights and maybe ask questions. I believe Dr. Livingstone, you're still around in case some questions come up for you. But what is really important here, and I think what Michelle said, is that we also don't forget those who are going to bear the brunt of a lot of this extraction, whether we're looking for the demand for critical minerals and all that. I think that is very important. And also what Honorable said, Odongo, about how this is knowledge intensive. So the more we understand here, the easier it becomes to engage our leaders and all our stakeholders. So while we are absorbing all that information and sharing, some of the insights that we've had, we're going to go for a cup of tea or coffee, if you like, for about 15 or so minutes. I think I'm going to be very mean with time. But I don't know if I can allow maybe one or two questions. If it's burning, in fact, you may not even be able to sleep tonight. And you have one question or two, maybe two questions for the Honorable Minister before we go out for break. But what that means is that I reduce the time for break even further. So is there anyone with a question? It is burning. You will not sleep tonight. You need to ask the Minister something. Honorable Minister, I think they have feared to ask you a question. I see one, Gloria. So I have a mic here. I don't know who can help me pass it on to Gloria. We'll allow that and then ask. Then we will go to break, I believe. I think we'll also give the Honorable Minister a microphone to respond because he may leave us at some point.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Mugambe. I work with EITI here in Uganda. I would like the Minister to give us his thoughts on how he sees going forward. How are we going to exploit our critical minerals when we have a ban on the export of raw minerals? Is it something which we can work on? It's not something which we can work on immediately in terms of processing these critical minerals. So how will we benefit from them if we are not allowed, if there is a ban on their export?
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, if I can indulge you to come here so that the audience online can also see you as you respond.
Thank you for the question. First, ladies and gentlemen, what we want, all of us, as East African and other people, is to maximize benefits for our people to the extent that we can achieve. If you say you are banning raw materials, it means you just get the ores and you export. What beneficiations shall we have achieved? It means we are exporting all the jobs outside, and you get very little for your country. So what we're trying to say, yes, we ban as we study which ones we cannot refine, process and refine to the fullest. If we cannot, then we must identify those and say you can beneficiate this up to this grade percentage. And that's what the world is doing. So that from the time of mining, you are doing, you are getting money for your people. You are now trying to crush. Some people are also working. Then you are trying to refine or melt and refine. This process, we say, they would be very good. Then there is that final part where you reach to get the final product. We examine this one in cases so that if there is one we cannot do it because of the limitations of plants on Earth, some things like rare earth elements. At the moment, the Chinese, who have the capacity to reach the final and bring those chips that we are useful here. So we are saying, yes, we are banning, but we are banning totally, taking them as ore. Yes, you transport soil to another country. There's no need for transporting, let the soil remain, and you move somewhere. So surely even now we are studying some companies which are beneficiated up to a certain level. So that if we know that there is no plant which will come, we become suppliers. But having passed so many processes that are critical even to the EITI. The ITI says your community should get the benefits. You must be transparent. But if you're just going to take the soil away, how are you transparent? You are transparent because the soil, too much soil is going away. So we think we should be able to beneficiate and make sure our people really get. We are we are really having no jobs, we are having nothing. But if we can reach the last stage, even regionally, if we knew where there is a plant, they could go beneficiate and send to the next. But lastly, if you cannot do it completely, and you know if you reach somewhere you become stuck, that one you can be a supplier. But initially we are saying no, but for the time being we are studying which ones can go out if we cannot finish them here. Because if you are unable, what can you do? But many people are coming, they are trying to apply to say we want to come and see what we have here, our resources. If the minerals in plenty, the deposit is huge. The people will say, I will go there because it will be beneficial. If the deposit is small, then you go say, you cannot go there. You will get a big machine, a big plant, which will do nothing. That one is negotiable. But the threshold is to say, let us study. Let's not just be careless and leave everything to go. Tomorrow we have nothing. So it must beneficiate the people of the country. And that's why we say we must be transparent in any case, everywhere. So let's not lose heart that nothing can be done. Because the law is all the time. It moves. Even in our law, we don't say permanent ban. It's just a government pronouncement. But to allow to say we can change if we find the one we cannot complete its process. It can go and we become suppliers of those materials. Everywhere in Africa, by the way, people are trying to get these plants. And I was somewhere, Tanzania is trying. I don't know if the Gates shall give the Tanzania. Somewhere in the DRC, it's also coming, especially things like copper. And with us in Kilembe, I think we can do with the copper up to the wares themselves. That's what we are. So we must be critical about these things. Don't just leave them go anyhow. Otherwise, we will remain without anything, the final analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We need to now, I think, close this session. I don't see any other hands, and I think the rest. Is it half a minute for the minister as well? Okay, very quickly, Gerald, because we've run out of time completely.
Thank you very much. Yes, you spoke about the availability of these critical minerals, and I got a sense that they are all over the country. I think that's an opportunity. But I'm also thinking, as Oxfam and other organizations that are also interested in the social implications of, potentially increasing mining, going into every small community across the country. I wonder first, if as government you are doing mass promotion of these critical minerals so that you can attract the investors, but also taking care of the potential human rights implications, environmental implications that it could have if we had to invest in exploiting all these critical minerals spread across the country, as you helped us to understand. Because there have been some experiences, such as in Mubende and other areas where we've had, unfortunately, some evictions sometimes of communities that are hosting these minerals. I wonder if government would give us the guarantee that we wouldn't see those negative impacts of this, playing out. Thank you.
Maybe I'm telling you that the law has just been assented to. And there is a full dose about environmental protection, about how you deal with society, displacements, if any, what should you do, how do they benefit, what do you do, all that. The law now is, the book is bigger. And I'm sure some of you must be, even there is a portal, you can ask this, we will give you the portal, and you read about that book, and then you question. Otherwise, the amendment was necessary because we wanted to include so many things, especially the environmental hazards and the displacement of the people. When do you have to displace? If you displace, what do you do to that person? You are doing causing displacement. Is it permanent displacement or temporal? Because somewhere you can displace a person, tomorrow you recover the soil, the person comes back. But in the meantime, when he's away, where is he? All that must be known and must be accepted by the person who is being displaced. It is no longer going to say, you get away. No. The law is very protective about that.
Thank you, Honorable. A big round of applause to all our speakers this morning. And thank you so much for all your insights and your remarks. And I know we're going to discuss this further in the next few sessions. I would like us to break off for a cup of tea and stretch our legs a bit. So I'm going to ask us to, I think the tea is outside in the common area out there. If we can please be here by 11:30, so a few minutes for us to interact, but if you need to come with it here so that we start on time. So please come back here at 11:30, and then we'll have our next panel join us for the next session. Thank you very much. in the first half of the early morning session, then we will handle them in that plenary. So I'm going to request one of our speakers for this session is online, so I believe Engineer Ladislaus K. Leonidas, I hope I'm not butchering his name, but I think he should be on the Zoom link. I just would like that at some point he's able to say hello, and so that we know that he's there. But Mr. Daudi Ramadhani, Chairperson, Mining Committee, East Africa Law Society, if you could please take your seat at the front here. Ms. Lynn Gitu, Program Leader Impact, if you could also come to the front. We're going to get into another session here, and I believe the rest will find us on the way. The tech team, could you confirm Engineer Ladislaus is on? He's on, right? And I'm going to ask him to speak first because, as I understand, he may have to go off at some point so that he's able to speak. So welcome to this next session. This session is going to talk about, to dive deeper into the issues we've been discussing since morning, but particularly for Engineer Ladislaus, he will get us into discussing a little bit around the ESC Vision 2050. I think Honorable Dongo highlighted something there as far as the energy transition discourse is concerned. Engineer Ladislaus, are you there? Can you hear me? If you could unmute for us and say something, just to know that you're hearing us loud and clear. Yes, we can see you. Can you hear me? If you can say something so that we are able to hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. We are going to start in a second.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes, yes, we can. Okay,
thank you very much.
As you get settled, we are going to start. We have our audience in the room is ready to hear from you. Engineer Ladislaus is Principal Environment and Natural Resource Officer at the East African Community Secretariat in Tanzania. And I believe you've been listening in since morning on some of the issues that have come up since we started. And we would just want to hear from you, especially because from your position, I'm sure you have a sort of overview of what is happening in East Africa, but also looking at the ESC Vision 2050. If you have any remarks and takeaways for our audience, especially with the energy transition. Is East Africa ready? Is it prepared enough? And really, does the vision encompass some of the things that we are saying could be very key for the transition? And also looking at the demand for these critical minerals that we've been talking about since morning. But in your view also, what is the potential and how do you think the vision could really speak to the transition and whether really the East Africa community is ready for this discussion? I will give you 5 minutes to respond to that and also any remarks or reactions you have to the previous discussion we had, and then we'll move to another speaker. Over to you, Engineer.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's still morning.
Yes, it is.
Yes, as introduced to me, I'm the head of Environment and Natural Resources. I'd also requested my colleague from the energy expert to join. I think Elsam, you're online. Elsam, are you available as well?
I think, I hope so, but I think you can go ahead.
Okay, because I have 5 minutes, okay, I know. I must admit that I could not follow the morning session, so I will provide what the understanding. Let me explain that the context I will speak on is the context of the climate change, linked to the energy accessibility particularly, and the security of energy in the region, where we have the, I don't know if you can see me, the background seems not good as such. Let me say that in terms of the readiness for EAC in the energy transition, yes, we have the 2050 vision, but most important in the context of the where the countries, the East Africa community countries, have voluntary commitment is in the context of clean energy. And clean energy in the context of the climate change mitigation actions, to have the renewable energy, to have the energy efficiency technologies, where we reduce the greenhouse reduction contribution to the global level. That's for us is very, very key. But just to start with the main point, we must admit that as the region, as EAC, as Africa, we are not ready for now for the energy transition, because what I will say, the key issues that we are focusing on is because of the energy transition. It means that now going to the home green technologies. Of course, as the environmentalist, as the climate change experts, that's the focus. But we must admit that any actions, so long as we are supported internationally, can lead us to that route. But the most important for us, let me say, which is very important and which we have highlighted in our regional strategy on scaling up access to modern energy services. One of the target area is to ensure that there's access to modern practices to the population that are currently using the traditional cooking fuel. You know that more than 80% in the region depends on the biomass. This is the area we would like to improve on. But this does not mean that we have to go for the energy transition, but at least to graduate, move on in this approach to have the clean energy cooking systems, to this technology to the communities. For us is very, very key. That is one of the areas that we have in the vision to move forward. Let me also, on the other issue that in the context of addressing the challenges we face like climate change, is on the providing access to reliable electricity for urban and peri-urban poor. You know, this is very important because we have a lot of communities in the rural areas, particularly, not accessing the energy. So we may say that yes, the energy transition is very key, but accessibility of the reliable electricity in the rural areas, in the peri-urban poor, for us is very, very key. And this is the area that we are moving forward. Let me also mention the other issue as a region that we are taking more forward is the accessibility of modern energy services for instance, to the schools, to the hospitals, to the community centers. This is focusing on the public areas. This is very important because we see for instance, in the health centers in the rural areas, the access of the modern technology services like the renewables. This is very key for us. Like the solar. This now is very linked to the energy transition, but we have to get the support, financial support, and the accessibility of the technology from the developed communities. I also have the issue that on the mechanical power, for instance, on the heating and the productive use for the energy transition, but ensuring that these challenges we have in the communities, like the accessibility of the reliable electricity, like the modern cooking systems, like the heating system to the, for instance, getting the heated water, solar power, solar heater, all these one now, they can be linked to the energy transition, but in the context of achieving sustainable development to our local communities. So you see, these are the 4 areas that in the context of addressing the challenge of climate change for mitigation, and the energy access and flexibility. These are the issues that we think as a community are directing our strategies that can take us the way forward. Right? And of course, we are looking forward in the partnership to ensure that we can move forward for the benefit of the community. Madam Chair, this is what I thought that we can highlight, and we have created this one to other forum, and we are looking forward for partnership and contribution.
Thank you, Engineer. Please clap for Engineer and the remarks that he has shared. I think he has reservations about whether East Africa is ready for that transition. He talked about accessing modern practices. He talked about more than 80% who are using biomass energy, and perhaps the concentration should be making sure that that energy is clean and affordable. But he also pointed out quite a bit around clean energy sources, but also access to energy, and what that means if we're supplying schools, hospitals, and public areas. We will get into that, and so if you have any questions for the engineer, I hope he'll still remain online. But I just want to bring in Mr. Daudi Ramadhani, who is the chairperson, Mining Committee, East Africa Law Society. And as you know, as we talk about this transition, there are policy and legal issues, I believe, and regulatory frameworks. And in the context of this discussion, especially around critical minerals and what those minerals could do for the transition, I don't know in your kind of work whether at the level of the East Africa Law Society you have identified some gaps in this discourse in the context of the policy, the legal and regulatory frameworks, but even those gaps, are there recommendations that you think we need to consider as we begin to really dive into this discussion at our level here? But I also believe at national level, the law societies also should be having these conversations. But from your perspective, what gaps are you seeing? But also even any other reactions that you might have to the previous remarks that we had from the speakers. I will give you also very few minutes, maybe 5 or less if you could, so that we can give time to the audience also to ask you any questions. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. As you've indicated, my name is Daudi Ramadhani. I'm the chairman of the East Africa Law Society Mining Law Committee. So in terms of the gaps that we have identified at the ELS level, is that there is a lot of misconception in as far as the whole concept of energy transition. As Honorable Minister has pointed out this morning, we have really to understand where are we transiting to. Because as you can see, much as the region is in abject energy poverty, but we are very rich in terms of resources. So there is the expectations or the expectations and the realities do not match. And there's a clear need for our legal and regulatory frameworks to capture this in order to put it in the right perspective. The good thing, as the previous speaker this morning had mentioned, is that we do have an opportunity to learn from other countries that have already gone through the same trajectory, and this would really help us in terms of leapfrogging from the advancement of this agenda. So in terms of the laws and regulations that needs to be put in place, is that we need to ensure that there is an equitable transition, inclusiveness, as we have pointed out in the morning, and also just, because we really have to contextualize the transition we are talking about. Providing a lantern to my grandmother in the village is not the kind of transition that we need. But we need to empower my grandmother to be able to engage in a meaningful developmental activities that would be fueled by some of these transitional means, such as gas and other much cleaner resources. Other things that need to be taken into consideration, it's clearly that there has to be harmonization from the regional level. I appreciate that the East Africa community has already started initiatives of harmonizing the legislations in the region, and at the moment I understand the East Africa Mining Bill is currently in the process, and we should be having a finalized bill hopefully very soon, which is in line with the treaty which is establishing the East Africa Law Society, which provides for harmonization of the management of these resources. For that, I think I'll end here, but we'll be happy to discuss further during the questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Daudi. So, Lynn, I know you're all things minerals, mining. You're very passionate about the area, and I know we've been engaging on this particular issue for quite some time now. And there are so many reservations about the transition and whether, we are. In fact, I think yesterday there was there was a meeting I attended, and they were talking about decolonizing the transition, right? So I think for you, you're in a safe space to talk about some of those issues. But I just wanted to hear from you on your views, even just looking at the theme for today's discussion, people-centered, and whether maybe we're biting off more than we can chew. And you had the minister, the minerals are diverse, we have quite a bit, but also in general, Africa has majority of our critical minerals, right? Mm-hmm. So from your perspective, what is this thing about the people-centered energy transition, and can we actually achieve it?
The East African community is the fastest growing region in sub-Saharan Africa, with an average GDP growth of 7.1%. So we're talking about people. At some point in this year, I think in July, the DRC joined the East African community, making the community countries 7. With the joining of the DRC, the East African community became the second largest economic bloc in Africa, because now the community boasts of 300 million people. Okay. The other thing is, the other quick fact is that East African community is considered the most integrated bloc in Africa. Now, when you talk about people-centered transition, people-centered exploitation of critical minerals, you begin to have conversations around ESG. So environmental, social, governance issues. First off the bat, I think the biggest challenge that we have, not only in Africa, not only in the East African community, but in Africa, is the governance issue. Because everything ends up there. So we have the laws. We are making efforts as governments to build structures, to have institutions, to have good laws, but how do we implement these laws? And is it in a way that we consider that different sectors of people or different sections of people that are within our countries? I think for me, that is the most profound challenge that we have as East Africa. We also have the continual conversation about women's participation. So gender equality and women's empowerment and women's participation, I think that's a big thing. We know the statistics. We know the things that have always been said about how women are affected, whether it is in exploitation and production of minerals, or it is in reference to climate change, And now energy transition. All of these big moves globally, continentally, affect women in very unique ways. And it's such an important thing for us as different stakeholders within the sector to keep in mind. The other thing that I did was just look at the list of critical minerals, or these minerals that are called critical. And then I looked at the 7 countries of the East African community, and I found some interesting facts. Burundi has nickel, rare earth oxides, cobalt, copper, tantalum. Kenya has titanium. Tanzania has nickel, cobalt, copper, niobium. Rwanda has cassiterite, which is a tin ore, and tantalite. Uganda has a very long list, but I think some of the more prominent ones are copper, cobalt, tin, and tungsten. South Sudan has copper and bauxite, which produces aluminium. And then DRC has everything, but it holds 70% of the world's cobalt. 3.5 million tons of the world's cobalt exists in the DRC. And so there's a real opportunity for a people-centered energy transition if we will do things right from the beginning. I think Honorable Odongo said something about the fact that this is a knowledge-intensive, and it can very easily, the issues can very easily be lost in the weeds of knowledge and intellectualism and talking about this and what is just and what is people-centered. But if we will just hone into the key issues that affect the people of the East African community, then I think we'll make a lot of progress. I'll close by talking about 2 key questions that I think come up in this conversation. The first one is the energy transition about forcing our countries or our continent to stop producing oil and switch to renewables? No, I don't think so. I think it is about facilitating understanding and policy dialogue on how global energy transition shifts are impacting national prospects and how to respond effectively. And so there's a big conversation out there, but how do we respond effectively, not just as the East African community, but the individual countries within us? The second question is it too soon to consider energy transition issues? Are we putting the cart before the horse? No. Why? Because global energy transition shifts are already well underway, and they're already having significant impacts on resource-rich countries within East Africa. Like the DRC. I think the DRC, I'll close with this point. In May of this year, DRC and Zambia signed a cooperation agreement related towards building, I think they're cobalt and lithium ion batteries. So this is within our purview. Already it is affecting, or it's impacting the different countries in our region. So let's listen up and be called to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Very insightful remarks, and I would like us to now get the audience involved in this discussion. Dr. Livingstone, I'm going to also invite you to the front here because I know there may be some people who have questions from your previous presentation, and that will help us sort of dive into the question and answer session. But before we do that, just to recognize some delegates here, Honorable Okoru Albert Ekoria, I hope I am not distorting the name. He's an MP for Tepeth County, Moroto District, Karamoja Region, from the Parliament of Uganda. Please wave to our people. That's a mining, district or area of this country, and very rich in minerals. Thank you for coming. And also Honorable Agon Silas, Kumbi Municipality, Chair, Greater North Parliamentary Forum, Parliament of Uganda. You're welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. I want us to open up the conversation. I think, Michelle, you can also join here because you shared some remarks in the morning. Maybe there are people who want to ask you a few questions. So I will open it up. We'll have a round of questions for the engineer. I think is still online, just to confirm. I think he's still online. If there are questions for him, but also I don't know how I can get, if there are questions coming in from our online audience, maybe someone can help give us those questions. So if there is a mic that's moving around, I've seen a hand from Alaka, there is Jen, so I'll start with Alaka, we'll come to Jen here, and then Joseph, and then we'll end this side for the first round. Please introduce yourself as you ask, and then we ask one question, please. I know there might be many, but let's try and give room for others. There were 2 microphones. I think we see one. Yeah, so Alaka first, and then Jen, and then Joseph. Alaka is behind there, yeah. Right. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alaka Lugonzo. I am the extractive strategist for Oxfam in Kenya. So I just have 2 questions. Number 1 is from the gentleman, Mr. Daudi. Have you considered leveraging on organizations such as the African Union? Because they have been pushing for ratification of the African Mineral Development Center, trying to have countries ratify, the African mining vision. And that the only countries that have been able to sign on to it is Zambia, Mali, and Guinea. South Sudan has signed, but they are not yet to ratify. So that's a good opportunity if you're looking at the regional aspect on issues around mining. So there's a push for them to find East African countries to actually get on board. That's my first question. And what are you doing towards that? My second question is on is to partly to Lynn and I think to the panelists. We talk about the transition minerals, and what we are leaving behind is conversations around the mining enclave. We do know that most of the minerals that are mined in Africa are not mined for our use, but they're mined for factories or for manufacturing industries outside the country. So my question is, what are we transiting from? Are we transiting from having these minerals being mined from Africa and being used outside the country? Because, I mean, I was just having a discussion with Gloria here, and she's saying, she said the same question. So we are transiting from what exactly? If we are not even using our own minerals to value add or to benefit us as Africans, why are we part of these conversations? Shouldn't we have conversations on us using our minerals to benefit ourselves as opposed for them to be exports? I mean, 600 million Africans, the country director for Oxfam in Uganda mentioned, do not have access to electricity. So what are you telling them to transition from? You understand my question? So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have Jen next, and then Joseph. I'll come to after him. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm Jen Narunga. I work with Siatini, Uganda. I'm just going to make a comment on the issue of the policy, legal and regulatory framework, the gaps therein. And my proposal is that we need to look at the issue of energy transition holistically. When you look at some of the issues coming up, we are talking about issues around investments. We are talking about issues around commodity dependence, that the minerals, shouldn't force us to continue being commodity dependent. So what we are looking at, what I'm saying is, if we are to look at this issue holistically, we need to bring in issues of investment, issues of trade. When you look at, for example, our investment code, it has many gaps. There are no human rights impact assessments. Our environmental impact assessments have challenges. We need to look at that. When it comes to when it comes to trade policies, how do we limit the export of raw materials when we don't regulate the export of those raw materials, issues around export taxes. So for me, what I'm saying, we need a holistic approach to energy transition. Then two, again on a holistic approach, we need to look broader. The EU, the developed countries have their own. They have their own strategies for their energy transition. And we need to look at them. How are those strategies affecting us? I can give just one example. The EU has instituted the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the CBAM. How is that going to affect us? So we need also to broaden our view of this energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good points from Jen. We'll have Joseph next, the gentleman there, and then Enoch here.
Yes, thank you so much. Mine is to Doctor. Doctor, I find your submissions a bit surprising to me when you say that you seem not to have a position on just energy transition, yet some of the items you mentioned are clearly aspects of a just energy transition. So I don't understand what you actually, what's your position on this issue? Because the African Union position on just energy transition is to majorly focus on addressing energy poverty, prioritizing access to electricity, while slowly transitioning and adopting renewable energy sources, which are quite broad. And you seem to mention quite a number of them. But in your submission, you seem to distance yourself from just energy transition, which I actually I'm struggling to understand. Possibly you could try to share more on what you meant by you seem not to have a position or seem to take a direction on just energy transition. Yeah, either you are. I just wanted the clarity.
All views are valid, yes, Joseph.
Yes. So what I was trying to say is that we seem to mention the strategies and the different sources of renewable energy, etc. But at the end of the day, I tend to hear that there is no position on just energy transition, which is a bit contradictory in my perspective. Thanks.
Thank you for that. There are just two questions last, then we'll take another round. That hand there, Mark, yes, him, and then Enoch. This will be the first round, and then we'll ask the panelists to respond, and then we'll take another round. Yes.
My name is
very quickly.
Chungus. I work with the Citizens Concern Africa, based in Mbara. My question actually is not different from the rest, but you see, when we are transiting, we are from point A to B. But in the context of Africa, generally in like East Africa, if you look at what we are in, for instance, Uganda statistics on energy, we have been told that it's 57%. Of that, 19 is what is from hydro, 39 from solar, and you know the usage of solar energy in Uganda, it is very limited to lighting and others. So for us to have, I think, a clear discussion, our government should focus on the price of alternatives that we are supposed to be transiting from and to. For instance, if you look at the energy cost now in Uganda, I think the major hindrance is not actually access, I mean availability, but rather the cost. You cannot have connectivity to a house which is above 1 million plus to a local person when we have 90% of the population in Uganda using biomass. So they will not transit, of course, if they cannot access this power. And what are the alternatives provided? For instance, if you look at biogas, I've been looking at the samples provided of these companies that are doing biogas, for instance, or solars. It's also above 1 million. So the issue should be on the cost, first of all, and for us to have a clear discussion I think we should have our own alternative, as the doctor suggested, that we have our model now to based on. Otherwise, we are going to use a model which is not applicable to us, and it's going to make us make wrong decisions that are going to affect even the would-be. For instance, if we use our oil to facilitate the process of transition. So my urge is that we look at the cost of energy, for instance, in Uganda, especially hydro, that limits people to access this clean energy. And then we address these challenges as we transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Enoch here will be the last. Please let's keep our comments short so that we allow for more opinions and views.
Thank you so much, the moderator, the panelists, and the rest of the team. You want to begin? My question will go to Lynn, then this gentleman from the lecturer. When we talk about energy transition, to me this sounds as an abstract, especially so when we are speaking in the context of Africa and Uganda in particular. I want this to be understood by somebody at the local level. Does he understand it? Energy transition at MOOBS, yes, you can have a thesis on it. But is it understood by somebody at the community level? What are we talking about in actual terms when we talk about energy transition? So having said that, at the local level, national and regional level, what are those processes that we have instituted? Policy, legal, institutional frameworks that drive us towards the so-called energy transition. To me, it is as if we are daydreaming. We are here creating hypotheses. Some of you are academic. I mean, what is it? What target have we set? Say that we are transiting as a region, energy transition. Is it in the next 50 years? Is it in the next 100 years? Unless we answer the question of when, not if, and we set the targets, then I think we are not on the right trajectory towards energy transition. I submit. Many thanks.
Thank you, Enoch. I'll come back to the panelists now. There were some questions for Lynn, I think Doctor, and Daudi. So I'll ask Lynn to start and respond to some of the remarks that have come up and some of the questions directed to you, and then we'll go around.
Were there really questions? They were like comments. This is what I've picked. So maybe I'll start with Enoch. The East African Community Vision 2050 is quite elaborate, and I think that's where we usually have problems. That we have good documents, we have good ideas, we put them down, and then we do not implement them. The key objective of the energy sector development for Vision 2050, ESC Vision 2050, is to ensure sustainable, adequate, affordable, competitive, secure, very nice words, and reliable supply of energy to meet regional needs at the least cost while protecting and conserving the environment. So what do all those nice words mean for the rural communities? It means that our leadership, and I'll start off with MPs, as well as civil society, we always say that we speak on behalf of people and we work on behalf of people. I think those two constituencies or those two stakeholders have a very big role to play in passing on this information and kind of synthesizing all these nice intellectual words into translatable and understandable concepts for local communities. So I'll throw the question back to you, or I'll throw the challenge back to you, because you're part of civil society, and if your thinking is around supporting and empowering local people, then yeah, this is your challenge, to take all these lovely concepts and then bring them down to the people. The other comment, I think, was from Alaka, yes. Something about taking minerals out of Africa once again as raw materials, and then just waiting to receive the renewable energy implements so that we can now transition. That is a challenge, which we all know and we all agree about, and even the Honorable Minister brought it up. And I think even Gloria's question around the ban on export of unprocessed minerals was touching on that. And the Honorable Minister's answer reflects what I believe is the idea, not just for Uganda, but the whole of the East African community countries. That the idea is, can we process our minerals to the farthest extent possible before we export them out of the continent or out of the community. That brings us to the conversation around collaboration. And that, again, is the thing that has always plagued us as African countries, that we get together in regional blocks and regional groups, and we have nice conversations and we have nice institutions. But then when it comes to working together or collaborating, especially when it comes to anything to do with economic development, then we fight. Then we don't want to share ideas. We don't want to share money. We don't want to seek for money for projects jointly. I think the example that I gave about DRC and Zambia is a move in the right direction. There's a tin smelter in Rwanda. Rwanda is part of the East African community. Why can't our tin move from Uganda to Rwanda and be smelted there? Let the leadership and the big people have conversations about how that works, but collaborate in such a way that Uganda doesn't just benefit, but Rwanda does too, and broadly the East African community. So I think the key piece or the key point for discussion or conversation and continued dialogue is that issue around collaboration for the sake of the community. Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn. Dr. Livingstone, I think there is a demand for a position from you. I don't know if you didn't clarify, but if you could just in a minute respond to some of the questions that are coming to you.
Thank you very much. I think I will begin from the last. Biblically, we are told that the last can be the first. Shall be. I'm sorry for modifying the Bible. Challenges to adoption and utilization of technologies have largely been built around copy and paste. Technologies have so many attributes that make them work in particular localities, and once you just pick, you are bound to crash. And maybe I would combine my answer to whether I should be for or against, and took the energy transition definition as a religion, decarbonizing energy systems. Look at the people who are thinking about decarbonization and advancing it. Where are they? They are 100% plus access and 100% plus adequate energy, reliable systems, very tested. And how did they reach there? They went dirty, reached there. Now they are talking about to be clean. We are advancing the word justice, and very many people don't want to unpack the justice part of it. Justice means you pay the price for the burden, or the burden for the cost you caused. Waste polluted to become industrialized. For us, we have not yet industrialized. We have a right to pollute, and that is what justice demands. And secondly, if we take the transition from as a movement, we need to sit as developing countries and amend some of these definitions. I've just told one of my students who has amended the definition of energy poverty, and they have accepted that it really works. When you are measuring energy poverty, think about inequalities in energy security, not saying you have access or not. It's not beyond binaries. People in gender are emphasizing beyond binaries as a social construction. Now let's talk about energy issues beyond binaries. Now, if you look at what our potential, where our potential is, and what our national priority should be and must be, is electrification, not for the sake of people lighting their homes, but beyond lighting their homes to an industrialized society. An agrarian economy has failed to develop us, and the catalyst of climate change coming from global warming, coming from the industrialized countries, cause of pollution. Now, if we are to participate in this, we need to advance our priority first. And then we can accept some of these components as they arise. And the part of the academia is to challenge the status quo. I recently visited one of I always talk about some of the utopian ideas which we borrow and we bring here, and they cause us trouble. Everybody has heard about our renewable energy success in Kalangala Islands. They started that project at 40% renewables, which is solar, and the remaining 60 was the thermal generation. The idea was they retire more generators, they increase what? Solar. And they moved it to 50 a little bit, and I can report the sad news of a reverse transition today. Cutters of weather conditions, cutters of failure in batteries and storage, we are now at 90% diesel, less than 10% sometimes solar. Is that a transition you would like to push your industrialization? No. So can we push our energy security? But where we can avoid and mitigate the challenges, please let's build in mechanisms that can quickly react to the negative effects arising out of our pollution. We are asking for a right to pollute, but cautious pollution where we cannot avoid. The debate today is Uganda is waiting for oil. And if we go transition, it demands that our oil never sees the day. What happens to the investments we have put in for over 20, 30 years? Are we going to have stranded resources and stranded assets, including human beings? For example, people who are trading oil and gas. Should we export them to Qatar and Saudi Arabia like we are doing to others? No. We need to develop with our current resources, caveat cautiously.
Thank you.
And maybe
in conclusion, Doctor.
Okay, conclusion. I'm sorry I talk a lot. Somebody was talking about whether the local person knows what transition is. I mentioned one of the challenges in the transition and the minerals and the energy is governance. Governance demands involvement and inclusiveness. These people, I come from a region I don't want to mention because I may scare you. I'm safe, don't worry. I come from Mubende. I have people who have heard about a gold mine existing in our district, in the neighboring sub-county from TV. when they were watching the president saying, let the gold mine remain open. How are the policies developed? Do we involve our communities? I have a PhD student. I would be happy to come here to share the results coming out. She's investigating the role of effective communication in achieving behavior change as an outcome or as a driver for energy transition. So we shall see what the results will be, but I'm optimistic. It is going to point that wherever you communicate properly and package a wide array of communication, we are likely to have these global outcomes higher than what they are today.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'm very cautious of time, so I'm just going to allow, I don't know if there was a question directed to you, Dawood. I think someone might have mentioned, but if you could just share your comment in less than a minute,
Yes.
because I want to get another few questions before we conclude this session.
Yes, I think there was one question from my sister from 254 in relation to whether the Africa Union Vision 2009 has been considered in the process of harmonization. Yes, I can say that it has been considered quite substantively. And I believe in the mining bill for the East Africa community that will soon be coming out, it will feature quite a lot of issues that has been indicated in the mining vision for AU. But as you have indicated that the uptake has been very, very low due to political sensitivity of the whole mining issue. But strides have been made, and I believe we will soon get there.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle, I know your remarks in the morning were in respect to so many of the things we discussed, so I don't know if there is a comment you have in respect to some of the feedback you're getting from the audience. I'll allow you half a minute as well to respond. I always cut your time. But I just know that there are audience online. I think there may be one or two questions that I also want to bring in. So please say something before I go to the next set of questions.
I think mine would be to largely concur with Dr. Livingstone and Madam Lynn, that Africa needs to, and each country needs to look at its own priorities insofar as this discourse is concerned, as opposed to large-scale and blanket movement towards clean energy and energy transition, as well as a balance of the utilization of fossil fuels vis-a-vis that of clean energy. Issues of cost come into play, issue of accessibility come into play, and the investment that has already been put in. I mean, if Kenya is an example to go by, there was the boom of oil, and then that died. And now Turkanas thought they had hit bank, and they're sitting ducks. Nothing has happened. We had developed a lot of infrastructure and there's a lot of interest and psych around oil, and now we are rich and nothing has happened. And so if the rest of the region can borrow from our experience, then let's create a balance and let's move steadily but with our priorities at hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I understand there is a question online, and I'm going to allow only, the hands are increasing, but we're going to find a way because I don't think we'll be able to do this. We have another panel that has to come in before we hit the top of the hour. There is a question, I think, online from, yes, Agnes, can you hear me? I see your hand is up. If you can ask your question as well, then... yeah.
Chair, can
I think, was that engineer?
Yeah, engineer wanted to speak before me.
All right. Okay. So, engineer, you can say something, and then we'll have Agnes next, and then we'll move to the audience here.
Yes, thank you very much, because I have to leave. I thought that...
yes, please. Sorry about that.
Thank you, but I sent the chat. Maybe let me start from the clarification on the mining bill that David mentioned. As a community, I think we are still very behind. I have to clarify that it is a private member bill, but we have not taken it very far. what we are now moving forward quickly is to come out with a policy, mining policy, and started to so as to fasten the process. You know, the deals take time here, but we see the urgency of the mining to guide in coming with the DRC. So we are going now to focus on the mining policy and strategy to start with. The bill will come later. Then on the issue of, I think it is very clear, I think all discussion focusing, but we, as I said, the key issues on the accessibility, productive use of the energy, the modern energy and the reliable electricity to the communities for us is very key, because the energy transition, still they are saying that basically is to move to the low carbon energy sources, of which is very, very good for us. But as I said, it has to ensure that we achieve sustainable development and build the climate resilience. That is the overall understanding we have. Otherwise, I thank you and I wish you the best of the meeting.
Thank you, Engineer. Apologies. And we're happy that you've been able to respond and good luck with everything that you're doing. I think something for us to take note of is what he has clarified about the mining policy that is going to be developed, and then the bill comes later. So perhaps that's an action point for our constituency here. Agnes, you're welcome. Sorry for, I'm sure your hand is tired. So I will allow you to say something. If you have a question, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And I wish to thank Oxfam, but also the speakers. I have an innocent question of about the transition, and wondering whether actually we have ever transited in anything and successfully transited and made our people better. We transited from public service provision to privatization and liberalization. I don't know what our stocks look like that we learn. And if you listen to the detail of this transition, really, so many people have questioned we are transiting from what to the other. My question is, will this transition actually accelerate our agro-industrialization? Because as a country, Uganda, our flagship program in the National Development Plan 3, that's a productive program, is agro-industrialization. I know, how does this going to play in? What is the relationship between this transition and the conversation in the EU Parliament banning any other financials from the EU to finance the pipeline in Uganda? These are all innocent questions. The other is, I'm fearing that this transition might end up in the food system, a food system that is already battered by climate change. People are looking for clean energy, and so they want to convert our food into energy. So as Africa, how are we prepared institutionally, legally, but also policy-wise, to ensure that we are leading this dance after we have actually mastered the rhythm? Whose dance, whose transition are we championing? And how are we going to ensure that the already affected people, the women, those women who actually only desire to transit from a lantern? Here in Uganda, there is like a small paraffin lantern called Tadova. They only long to transit from that. But our MSM is long to transit from the power lines that are only for bulb lighting to a 3-phase power line. And in Uganda, you know the cost of accessing a 3-phase power line. So where does this whole transition that you want to champion, how is it going to accelerate our agro-industrialization? Like I said, it is a new barrier and engaging us in a very charming discussion while we are not putting the right infrastructure and the right policies to ensure that we are all beneficiaries of this transition. Otherwise, I'm fearing that we might be transiting around a roundabout. And you know, we are transiting, and at the end of the day, there is no transition that takes place. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes, for those very insightful comments. I don't know. I am conflicted now about the time and the questions, and so I think maybe one will answer this second round as we conclude, because we need to invite another panel. So, okay, I'm going to just accept three questions from here, two including the honorables, because I think you have action points for you as well. And then I'll take one, the gentleman here, and then the two ladies here. Very quick, short comments. I request that so that we conclude, because we'll spend the whole night here. I wanted the honorables first, then we go that way, and then we'll turn to this side. Very quick comments and...
Thank you once again. My name's Lokoro Albert Ekorita, Member of Parliament representing Tepeth in Karamoja. I want to thank Oxfam for this engagement. My question is very simple, most especially focusing at the transition. In terms of the transition we are talking about, looking at the baseline, where are we as Africa, and particularly as Uganda? And then we are moving from where to where, and what is the strategy of reaching to where we were expected to be. And having come from Karamoja, it's true, we are hindered. But then there are limiting factors. How do we handle this kind of the limiting factors? My mother down there wants to transit, but does not understand what we're talking about. How do we make sure that the rural people, the level of awareness in what we are talking about reaches down there to that grandmother, that grandfather? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Second, and then the third question. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Silas Augon, MP representing the people of Kumi Municipality and Chair of Greater North Parliamentary Forum. We are happy to be a part of this discussion. One, I want to appreciate Dr. Senyonga. I think I've seen you for the first time and you've done such a wonderful job. I think we need to continuously have a dialogue around these issues. Africa suffered for a long time. We have consumed the effects of what the Western world and the rest have been doing, and we have a right even to ask for compensation. Yes, I think I am right to say so. Yes, they have polluted for a long time, and we've been consuming the effects. Number two, I'm concerned about the participation of our people in the ongoing processes. And I think as Parliament, we should now be thinking about bringing a bill in Parliament for public participation. Because sometimes when people go for minerals, what they say, the public participated, yet they called on the chairman LOC3. So we need a bill around that area. We want people to really have a conversation around this. We are talking about a transition, but transitioning from where to where, from what to what. So it is a big equation. The other world has moved, but the other world wants us to move at their pace. Can the other world help us to move better with them without us getting injury? I think for me that is the equation. In terms of mitigation of effects, I think that is a conversation East Africa, first of all, must have. If, for instance, the Western world says, now we are not going to give you money to help you in mining and getting your oil out, what is it that East Africa is going to do? Can we unite and put our resources together so that we can have the strength to get the oil out of the ground? For me, those are some of the questions. But by and large, we need to have continuous dialogue. We should not have a rift amongst ourselves. Let us know what we want, and Parliament must play its role in terms of policy, legislation, and even appropriation and oversight. You saw what happened in Parliament recently. What a heated kind of thing when it came to Parliament that EU passed a recommendation that those in Europe should pull out from investing in our oil. Of course, we were saddened. I'm one of the persons who rose up and made a comment. I was not happy about it, because how do you tell us bury your oil when we are bad off? Where do we go now? That barrel cannot have tears.
In conclusion,
In conclusion, let me stop there.
Thank you. The gentleman behind the honorable, that will be the last on this side, and then we'll get two from this side, and we've end that round, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Muturi Wakamau from the Kenya Oil and Gas Working Group, indigenous to Nyeri, where the Mau Mau freedom fighters are from. I have one question to Daktari and the other one to the lawyer. If you look around this room, almost 70% of what we have or we use or interact on a daily basis is from hydrocarbons. And the estimated market value of the petrochemical industry as of 2022 was 55 billion. And my question to Daktari is, are there opportunities for research and development, specifically from academia, in supporting this transition? Question two to Wakili. When you're talking about decarbonization, we have seen a lot of oil and gas companies that are now having sustainability reports talking about how their infrastructure and what the plans for decarbonization. One being changes to project design, specifically reducing emissions from gas flaring, and specifically, are there opportunities for renegotiating production sharing contracts such that issues such as carbon taxes can actually be captured? And two, in terms of policy, do we, and especially this is for learning from Uganda, are there policies that actually anchor issues such as blue bonds in addressing issues to do with climate change? Thank you.
Thank you. And the two ladies here, very quickly, we need to wrap up before we get into another panel, so that, yes, your name please, and yeah, your question.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Maria Nantongo, and I'm also a lecturer at MOBS, where I lead where I lead a research project on energy transitions. So there's a lot that we've talked about. Allow me to just sort of give, first of all, our understanding, in also in supplementation to my colleague, Dr. Livingstone, of energy transitions and where we are and what we are trying to do as academia. So first of all, this issue of energy transitions is relatively new, and that's why you realize that there is a lot of dissent, even in meaning and definition, and also the reason why and who, what, how does it affect me, and so forth. So it is a new issue that we in the academia have realized, and we are beginning to do research, like I told you, and we are also beginning, we have started courses on energy transitions. In fact, we shall have a summer school in around July, those of you who might want to know more. But going into our discussion for today, I'd like first of all to define what we mean by energy transitions. Energy transitions, we currently define it as a global drive to transition towards a low carbon economy and clean energy. Now, this means different things to different people. So it might mean different, for example, for Europe, for Africa, for Uganda. But all in all, what we want to do is to see if we can move to a low carbon society. Now, if we come back to Africa or to Uganda, what would that then mean for us? It would mean two things. First of all, we have energy systems
that are polluting, energy industries that are polluting. One of them is, for example, our cooking, where we, like many of us have already discussed, we are almost 80% biomass. So that's a huge one. And so we need to transition from biomass. But secondly, the transition that most of us are talking about and that we are contending on is this transition from the fossil fuels sector. Now, that transition does not directly relate to us as Africa or as Uganda, although we have certain countries that are already heavily invested in the oil and gas. However, it very much indirectly impacts on us. So this is the issue that we are looking at, for example, in our research. The Honorable has just talked about the decision from the EU. Now, when we sit here and
Doctor, you will need to wrap up very fast.
Yeah, sorry, I will wrap up, but just let me say this. When we decide as Africans that we have to continue our fossil fuels, we have to be looking at the external environment. What is the market saying about this? What is finance saying about this? What is the norms around the world? Because you're not going to be selling to yourself, my dear Ugandans and Kenyans, you know. So we are looking at how those global factors, how the regional factors affect us. So as I wrap up, we currently in academia, generally in academia, we engage in an intellectual debate. So for my colleague, Dr. Senyonga, I believe that we must not pollute because the West polluted. We must, what we have to do is to realize what can we do to harness the opportunities of the new economy. Are we going into renewables? We have all of these critical minerals, you know. Are we going into carbon trading? Are we going, there is a lot of opportunity, because if we do not, we are going to find ourselves locked out of an old economy, and then we are going to have assets that are stranded, human resource that is stranded, and so forth. So I think the debate must be balanced, and we must really get ourselves to the current situation, not the situation where we wish we would be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we cannot justify pollution. Yes. The transition is coming regardless. A minute, please, and then, finish.
Thank you.
Your name, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Lillian Alex. I work with the East Africa Civil Society Organizations Forum, and I'm honored to be here. I wish I spoke before the professor, because she has really incited me into some other discussion. But just quickly to also strike from what she has just said, a question of balance is that when we speak of the world economy, ensuring that the transition that happens in Africa has to cater to the world market, let me just also remind you that the world market has never favored what African businesses happening here. When you speak of fossil fuels, and I'll not go into that because I'm not an expert, but if this meeting is not going to discuss about the whole fossil fuel pipeline going from Tanzania to Uganda, then we're not doing it justice. Because my issue is when we speak about fossil fuels, it's an issue with the EU right now that the fossil fuels is actually, the pipeline is being constructed, and I get that. But the same fossil fuels have been mined in South Sudan for very long and taken to the Western world, refined and brought back to us, and sold at the price that they actually set. So I think we also need to look at this balance that you've been speaking about. I'll not go into details to that. That was not my question. Now, my questions and comments in this discussion. And first, I also wanted to also again raise another question or controversial discussion from the questions that have been coming up. The community, how will the community feel the impact of this transition? I'm not going to speak this as private sector, but I just wanted to also mention it, and it is going to be in regard to my next answer. That is, the community will actually recognize or will actually feel the impact of this transition once they actually see what it actually brings for them. I'll draw an example to solar. We never had solar, 20 years back. But right now, the same lantern that Agnes has spoken of is the same outcome of how solar has actually brought impact to the local community. In Tanzania and in most external parts, we have a lot of houses using solar to light up their houses. So I think we need to see now, and this is where I come to my second issue, that let's see how we form policies that actually work for us. Even when we are transiting, and I'm glad that we have parliamentarians here. When you're doing these bills and when you're transiting to, the transitional energy, let's see that we put in place policies that actually bring development to us, that actually we invest at our internal capacities, and not that we only have to wait for foreign investment to come and tell us how we are supposed to extract these minerals, how we are supposed to transit our energy. I think we need to see how we also invest in our own local capacity, our own local expertise, and to ensure that this just energy transition actually works for us, and rather not have a narrative that is being brought by the Western world.
Yeah.
So that is my call to this meeting today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We need to end the questions there. And I'll ask my panelists as you conclude, in response also to some of the questions that are directed to you. In just a minute, please conclude and give your final remark. Doctor, for 1 minute, please, or even less.
In 1 minute, I would just remind our friends to, when we are talking about electrification and access to energy, to go beyond the binary. I have emphasized that. The issue of whether he has access or not being the major factor. Electricity will not help us when we are thinking about light only. We should think about productive use of electricity that propels the economy into development. And I will not comment about again what I met. There is my friend and MP who supported me very much. I very much like your support. But we have always emphasized good policies, good laws. If you went and read the policies we have and took them to anybody who can look at policies and evaluate them on paper, Uganda can be the best, I think, in the world. But where we go wrong is the implementation phase. No matter what policies we shall make, with the kind of incentives we have for the political class and the institutions that do the implementation and can do selective amnesia of some policies, selective implementation, we are going nowhere. Maybe my challenge to our nice MPs, you can develop another instrument for test of your legislation. At any point you are about to vote for the law, think about the incentives you have put in that law or in that policy that would make the implementers or will compel the implementers to implement it. The instrument we have been having, which is internationally known, of democracy, the 5 years, come back and we test you, has failed. It has not achieved the results. Laws are on books. They choose what to implement. Nearby countries or other countries implement the same and get better results. Ours remain, we need to make laws. And then lastly, a friend was asking about whether there are research opportunities. Yes, we have developed programs in the university. Now we have a program and a component that is studying how to achieve the just and sustainable energy transitions, and she's heading it. But when we look at research in universities, and I was arguing to merge the users with academia such that we can develop knowledge that is usable and is practical. Our research is not funded by our government. The president has done an initiative, but we are still ranking very low in funding research. Who funds us? We are funded by NORAD in this forum here, and many universities are depending on the West for funding. He who pays the piper. So what should we do?
In conclusion,
it's good to have MPs, and one of the major roles you play is appropriation. Go back next time and be our advocate that universities, research institutions need to be funded better, such that we can now develop our research agenda that's best for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite Daudi and then conclude.
Thank you very much. There was one question in relation to whether there is a possibility of amending the contracts. Yes, there is this possibility, but and I guess that's just a matter of negotiation. But we have to appreciate that, as what my colleague has indicated, the problem goes beyond the contracts. When you assess everything on paper, you would say we have the best contracts, but for as long as we do not have the institutional capacity to ensure that whatever has been written in the contract is being followed, whatever percentages that we are entitled to is actually what we are receiving at the end of the day, then it will be a big issue. We must also appreciate that we are dealing with, multinational companies, and it's coming from the Mau Mau area. I'm sure you appreciate getting in the same boxing ring with these people. It can be an uphill task. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle and then Lynn will do the final. Any last minute, last concluding remarks? Michelle and then Lynn.
Ultimately, what our priorities are, how we set them, how we implement, is largely will largely come into play with political goodwill. Like one of the discussants said, let's continue to engage, let's continue to collaborate, let's make sure that we have the political goodwill both in country and regionally to be able to find the best solutions within our specific contexts, to make sure that we have sustainable future for the generations that are coming and for the benefit of ourselves, our children's, and our countries. Yeah.
Thank you. Lynn, your final remarks?
Yes, so I usually feel sorry for the person who is writing the report for a meeting like this one. And so I just wanted to just state a recommendation that I think is coming out clearly from this particular discussion. And that is a recommendation around information sharing, dialogue, debate, first with, like the Honorable said in the morning, first with decision makers. And decision makers are not just Parliament, but also technical people within ministries. We have a few in the room, but oftentimes they also don't know. They are also hearing about energy transition, and so the more we have debates and conversations around this, the better for us. So first with decision makers and then with general population. But that key recommendation, I think, should come out. Dialogue, debate, information sharing.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. With that, we come to the end of this panel. A round of applause to our speakers for giving us food for thought and very many questions to ponder. I think one of the questions that kept coming up was transitioning from where to where. Agnes gave us very interesting insights. I'm going to welcome the next panel. Please indulge us for another 30 minutes before we break off for lunch, because it's really important that we have this discussion before we go for lunch. So with that, I would like to invite our next speakers, Engineer Vincent Keddy from the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines, Ms. Gloria Mugambe, the head of the Uganda EITI Secretariat, and then Mr. Moses Mushime, he's an independent consultant and advocate of the High Court. Please join us here at the front, and we will try and maximize the 30 minutes as much as possible. I don't think we'll be able to get into detailed questions and answers or commentary, but let's see how we go. But I'm hoping that within the next 30 minutes we would have finished. So please clap for them as they settle down. Engineer Vincent Keddy is a Commissioner Licensing, Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines, Uganda. He has been, I think, part of this mining movement for a very long time and a lot of experience. So I'm sure the energy transition is not new to you. And I think I think the audience would want to really understand also, being that you're working with government and a government directorate, the national approach towards critical minerals and the energy transition. And I think you can see the sentiments. I don't know if within East Africa we're all on the same page. It's going to be a difficult issue, but what for you do you see as the national approach to this issue? And also, are you also thinking about the energy transition as being just and equitable? And yeah, so your insights into this subject would really be very welcome. I'll give you 5 minutes for now, and then we will see as we go. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I think that the topic you've given me to speak about today, which is the national approach on the critical minerals and this topic of energy transition, has actually been adequately handled by the previous speakers. Between the learned professor, or Dr. Livingstone, even the Honorable Odongo from the IALA also alluded to this particular aspect, and of course the Honorable Minister also tried to bring up some of these ideas. Now, when we talk about national approach, first important thing we have to consider is the potential. How much of these critical minerals do we as a country have? Do we have the potential? Now, Doctor, in his previous presentation in the morning, alluded to some of these critical minerals. And he categorized them, I think, Doctor, he categorized them into some categories. Those that are for lithium-ion batteries, those that are for digitalization, those that were for grids and transformers, those that were for magnets, solar, wind, and so on. And all these minerals, I don't want to go into it because I've been given 5 minutes. I would have actually gone in detail to show you that all these minerals are actually contained here in Uganda. And our previous speaker, Lynn, also alluded to what the region actually has in terms of potential. She talked about what, I remember she bluntly said, DRC has everything. Rwanda has this, Tanzania has this, Kenya has this. So generally speaking, the resource base for these critical minerals are quite enormous here within the East African region. Now, in terms of Uganda, we actually have nearly all these critical minerals. Some of them as occurrences, some of them quantified. For example, rare earths, for very critical in digitalization as well as in transformers, very, very key. We've just discovered a huge deposit in Makutu in Busoga region. And so really, and of course, needless to say, lithium, nickel, copper, cobalt, and so on, all those are here. In terms of potential, we have these critical minerals. And that's why as a national strategy, government of Uganda, as has been discussed previously, adopted a strategy of banning export of these raw materials. I remember Madam Mugambe from EITI had asked the Honorable Minister how we are going to participate in these critical minerals if we are banning export. And I'm happy that my neighbor, Madam Alaka, I think, answered to that particular critical question by saying that if we are going to continue allowing the export of raw or semi-processed mineral ores and concentrates out of this continent, then certainly we are exporting our value alongside them. And so that's why as a country, Uganda, there's that ban on export of raw or semi-processed mineral ores and concentrates in favor of in-country value addition. So the strategy or approach is to attract investment that will add value to these critical minerals. Now, that is as a country. I want to say that that alone, there was a statement made earlier by, again, I liked your presentation, Doctor, that an aeroplane is made by how many countries? 100? And each one supplies a raw material for a part of the aeroplane. So it is very important for you to identify your comparative advantage along the value chain. Very, very critical for each country to identify their comparative advantage, where they can play part significantly while taking advantage of what they can contribute. That said, I want to say that this discussion around energy transition has been ongoing, and somebody said the government people also don't understand it. I want to tell you that we have been discussing this topic of asset stranding for the past 10 years. And some of us participate in international forums, intergovernmental meetings on these issues all over globally. And it has been on and on for long. Doctor, you know, this asset stranding began a long time ago, about 10 years ago, and I'm happy that now it has actually taken shape. But for me, regionally, I believe that we, as a region, East African region, or as a continent, Africa, could play a very critical role in this energy transition, particularly, let me emphasize, particularly for this transition of the use of fossil fuels in the automobile industry. That is the manufacture of lithium-ion batteries. Because let's be clear, if you look at the global index, our region, or let me say continent, actually has a big role to play in the supply of these raw materials. So if we had a blanket policy to say, no, we are not exporting raw, we are going to add value in this continent. And that brings us to having joint collaboration. We have to have a regional or continental policy on this, and we have to be agreeable to all this because we have the mineral here. We have the biggest quantity of these minerals globally as we speak now. So I believe that regionally, we could actually play a very, very, regionally or continentally. I think continentally can go a very, very long way. I agree with the previous speakers that really this transition should not at this stage touch on the use of our fossil fuels for other uses. We should be given that justice to utilize these hydrocarbons for our own development. So for that reason, I want to say that for us to really play this energy role in this energy transition, the focus should really be on the next global impactful industry, that is the automobile industry, the lithium-ion batteries, the permanent magnets, solar panels, wind. That is where we could actually play a role and support the global efforts to transition. Otherwise, for our hydrocarbons, we need justice. The Honorable Member of Parliament said we could even seek compensation for some of these damages caused to us. So the advantage of having this regional approach would be the macroeconomic benefits, which would of course be the most important one being the wider resource base, the market. We could also have shared responsibilities, very critical, because then you come up with joint policies and you're able to implement it. The reason why the East African Mining Bill has not taken traction is because it just landed on everybody. When the region has not actually had a discussion, what are the policies we want to implement as a region? Well, we have the African mining vision, but then that is for Africa, for the entire continent. If you want to take that approach, then you should have taken a decision as a continent that African mining vision is our policy, and then we use that as a benchmark to create our law. So that's why I think I'm happy that somebody clarified that now we are going to start with the policy, really. We start with the policies that are acceptable to the entire region, and then from there we should build on to come up with a law. Otherwise, each country has their own laws. Each country has just recently been amending their laws across the region and across the continent. In West Africa, a lot of the countries are amending their mining codes just by handpicking a few concepts within the African mining vision to domesticate, but not necessarily all. Even as a country, Uganda, we have done the same. We have handpicked some concepts within the African mining vision to come up with our new law that has just been assented last week. And so for now, I think I've spent the 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So sorry to rush you. So I think that kind of helps us to get into, the issue around another initiative that could harness our minerals potential. And here I want to invite Ms. Gloria Mugambe. I know EITI, we sang EITI for so many years until it finally came. And now it has come and we are saying, oh, by the way, we should maybe consider energy transition in the EITI. So I think there are quite a number of frustrations there, but I just wanted, Gloria, for you to speak on EITI, of course, in the context of the energy transition, but also the minerals, our country's mineral potential. And I think where do we sort of draw the line in terms of really making sure that we realize that potential, but then at the same time also using the initiative to govern the resource better. But the transition also, because I know the EITI now is focused on the petroleum sector. So what does that mean in the next couple of years? So I've asked so many questions, but I know you have quite a number of reflections on the topic that was assigned to you. So welcome, Gloria.
Thank you, Nelly. I'm going to speak mainly about EITI and how it can be used as a vehicle to harness Uganda's mineral potential. I think the challenge we have in Uganda, and I don't think it's unique to Uganda, is lack of information around the sector. I think there's very little information in the public domain around the extractive sector. And this leads to a lot of speculation, it leads to a lot of heightened expectations, it leads to a lot of cynicism. We have encountered a lot of cynicism in our efforts to disseminate information. Public views from the public, is it really true? Is the oil still there? They told us the oil got finished long ago. You know, those kinds of things. So the only way to combat this cynicism, this doubt of what exists and what doesn't exist, is to put the credible information out there. And by credible, I mean accurate and verified. So one of the myths, I think, around, one of the things that people don't understand, which is why I asked the minister the question, how are we going to benefit from our critical minerals if we have banned their export? And that is, I always ask questions from an uninformed view, like someone who doesn't know anything, like anybody in the public who may not be in the extractive sector, but wants to understand. We have this resource, but we have said that it can't be exported raw. It has to be, value has to be added. So the question is there anyone adding value? Are there people out there who are actually working towards value addition for these critical minerals in order for us to be able to benefit from them? And I think that is the unknown, the extra unknown that we have to work very hard together with the government to make people aware of, so that the whole rationale of banning unrefined exports is understood. But the main thing that is out in the public arena is that there is a ban on exports. The rationale is understood, but then the so what or the what next is not so well understood. So we need to be able to put out in the public domain that yes, the ban is on, but government believes this is the best way forward because we can earn more. And actually, in actual fact, and not just speculation or wishful thinking, we do have serious investors who are looking into the possibility of setting up, or we do have options in the region which we are seriously considering, just as the minister explained to us and we understood. So that's one of our roles as EITI, to be able to explain throughout the whole value chain why things are being done the way they are and what information exists and what potential there is in the extractive sector. So just a bit of background about EITI. Siraj, where is our presentation? I'd put a small presentation. Okay, thank you. Nelly. I'm not, I stand there? Am I moving backward or forward?
Forward, but you can come here, I think, for easy.
Okay, let me come there.
Is it, can you project
ended
it?
So now I need to start it again. Okay, now go back to the, yeah. Okay. Then I move which way? Yeah. Okay. So EITI stands for Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Just a bit of background of when we joined, our first report, and how that report is produced, and what that report contains. EITI is premised on 4 areas. What is the data? What is the information regarding extractives? our role as the EITI in Uganda is to disclose that data, put it in the public domain, to disseminate that data, and to foster debate around the facts. So these facts need to be in the public space. So as I said, it's a key role for us to disseminate and foster debate. So based on these facts, the public can therefore engage and agree. Engagement, public debate on an issue is not bad. Ugandans, we are so good at debating so many things, some useful, some not so useful. It would be good for us to engage in useful debate on what actually matters and how we can improve the livelihoods of ordinary Ugandans. So for the mineral sector, the first report discusses, it provides a baseline. Previously, actually, when Uganda was considering joining EITI, the main rationale, I will confess, was, oil and gas sector. Uganda has now discovered oil. We need to make sure that this oil is governed according to international best practice. But EITI is not only about oil, it's also about minerals, oil and gas, sorry. So in the initial discussions, the proposal was that, why don't we first deal with oil and then we shall bring in the minerals sector later, because we don't know anything about our minerals sector. The information is scattered, it's scanty, and according to the rigid or the stringent requirements, we might be setting ourselves up for a fall when we're asked for information that we don't have. But the government bit the bullet and said, no, we're going to do this as best as we can across the whole sector. And so we did take on the mineral sector as well. And I must say it has been a very informative journey, a bit challenging, but something that has been rewarding, I think, for us, because we have been able to bring out the key issues in the mineral sector that we talk about anecdotally many times. But now that we do have a few facts and figures, we can use this to build the discussion and to ask more questions and to bring more transparency into the sector. So the minister presented the list of key critical minerals that are found in Uganda, and he also noted that these are largely unexplored. So in the EITI criteria, we are not able to report on the role of these minerals in economic development because, as he said, they are unexplored. Because the EITI methodology, what it does is it asks the first question, who has a license for mineral exploitation? And then how much revenue did that license holder pay to the government during the reporting period? And then also how much of this revenue was remitted to the local government? Those are just three sort of key questions around minerals. There are very many other questions that are asked concerning the environment, concerning participation, local content, employment. But in terms of revenue and production, those are the figures that are asked. So some key findings from the mineral sector are around the production and export of minerals. Now, let me tell you that the first EITI report, which we produced in May this year, is for the period 2019-2020, which is a bit old, but for EITI requirements, the report must have audited accounts, because remember, we are producing a report that's based on credible facts that we can refer to and that we can defend. So these are revenue figures from Uganda Revenue Authority, license figures from the Directorate of Geological Survey and Minings, from the authentic sources and the owners of the information. So by the time we're preparing the report, the most recent period that we could identify with credible information was 2019-2020. So we're going to move on. We're going to move forward going from there. Our next report will be for the period 2020-2021. And that report is due by June next year. So we're on a treadmill. Once we start, we can't get off. So just to share some of the key findings that are contained in the report, that is the production and quantities of minerals for the key minerals. We have limestone, we have pozzolana, we have vermiculite, we have tungsten, and we have gold. I draw your attention to the very small quantity of gold production, which was also a mystery to us. So those are some of the things that come up, and we ask ourselves, is it possible that the gold production in Uganda for 2019-2020 was only 0.01 metric tons? That is the official figure that we have. So then it begs the question, so all the gold that's being refined in Uganda, where does it come from? And then we are able, and once we put that question in the report, because what happens is that once you produce your report is validated by the International Secretariat. So the International Secretariat will come and say, This is the production and this is the export. Where is the balance coming from? So those hard questions have to be answered. Questions which we have just been previously debating anecdotally and in different forums. Now, as an EIT implementing country, we have to be able to answer that question. Where does the gold that we export in Uganda come from? Since officially we are not the ones producing it. That's the export data. Again, you can see not only for gold, but also for the other minerals, we do have a disparity between what is produced and what is exported. And I even have a question here for Mr. Kedi. It's good that I found him here, he can tell me. We have an export of wolfram, and I just want to understand if this is processed, because we have a ban on raw exports. And then I also want to understand the disparity between the wolfram produced and the wolfram that is exported. Obviously, there are some quick answers that come to mind, like maybe it's carryover from the previous financial year and things like that. But still, these are disparities that we will have to have answers to come validation time. And it's also interesting to note that the exports, the minerals that we have as exports are not necessarily the same ones that we have as production. Obviously, limestone and pozzolana are used in country, so we don't export those. But for the remaining ones, you know, some of them don't appear on the export side, or some of the export sides don't appear, the export ones don't appear on the production side. So what's the story there? The other information contained in the report is regarding royalties, which very many people, especially our local governments and the communities in the extractive areas which the minerals are coming from, are interested in. 80% of the royalties are retained by the central government, 20% is remitted to the extractive region. Of the 20%, 10 is retained by the district local government, 7 by the sub-county, and 3 is paid to the landowner. So in the reporting period, the collection for royalties was 7 billion Uganda shillings, of which 2 billion was transferred to local governments and landowners. Obviously, this is not exactly 20%, and we did have that discussion about why the figure is over. It's to do with, you know, different releases and different financial years. But what is of interest to us, and I think to the public also, is how is this money spent when it gets to the local government? Does the local government know that this money has got there? How do they spend it? Is it accounted for? Is there any benefit that an extractive region gets from a royalty by virtue of the fact that minerals are being exploited from that area? So we want to follow through on some of these things in the second report and ensure that we have linkages between royalties that are sent and developments that take place in the regions. So that's the next point, that our next report intends to further interrogate the disbursement of royalties to regions and to track the receipt and use of these funds. So traditionally, EITI focuses on the formal large-scale mining. As I described the process, you get the license, you use the license to get the revenues. So this leaves out, to a large extent, artisanal small-scale mining, which is not ideal, because in Uganda we do have a large section of our population that is engaged in this sector. So we are trying to look at ways of quantifying and assessing the extent and the participation of the ordinary population, and also the contribution of this sector to the national economy. A good development is that the new mining law provides for artisanal mining with a new artisanal license. So now that the law is in place, we will be able to quantify to a certain extent artisanal mining. However, in the next report, we do intend to expand the discussion on ASM's contribution to the sector. We do have some discussion in the first report. I encourage you to read the context section where we have, but it's there are no facts and figures that can be really quoted and asserted. So that's what we want to have, so that they can we can use them to form the basis of debate. And the link between ASMs and critical minerals is clear, and it must be further discussed. So finally, Just to reiterate that EITI membership provides us with a platform for engagement in the international space on best practice in the management of extractives, peer learning and assessment based on an international standard. We have gained credibility as a country by becoming an EITI member, because by doing this we have demonstrated the willingness and eagerness to subscribe to the principles of transparency and accountability. We intend the annual report to be a credible source of accurate information on critical minerals, the potential of these minerals, their production, their revenue, and their impact. And we also intend that EITI will provide a platform for informed debate and discussion on issues around not just critical minerals, but the whole extractive sector. Thank you. I haven't talked about energy transition, but I think it has been talked about enough, so I'll leave it.
Thank you, Gloria. Yes, so that was very, I think this is information that we all need. I guess it's also inspiration for our colleagues in Kenya who are also trying to campaign for EITI. So there is a lot to share and experiences to learn from. Our next speaker, I'm going to invite our next speaker who will speak around the Energy Charter Treaty. I'm not sure if everyone here has come into contact with that conversation or that particular treaty, but I think it's really important to look at it also in the context of the energy transition and its implications on the East Africa Community member states. And I'd like Mr. Moses Mushime, who I think has done quite a bit of work on this, to share some insights on that and what that looks like for us who are trying to really understand the energy transition. So I'll also give you very few minutes, 5 minutes please, or less if you can, because we are now out of time. But over to you, Moses. No pressure.
Thank you, Neri, and the audience. I'll maybe just start by contextualizing the Energy Charter Treaty in terms of its history and background, but also synchronizing that debate to today's theme. Really? That might disrupt me though, because if I want to look at that. Thank you once again. Just like we have this dialogue today, in early 90s, the European states also had a conversation about the role of energy materials and products in socio-economic transformation of communities, of countries, and the globe at large. And that debate came at a time when the former Soviet Union, or blocs, was collapsing. But some Eastern European states, in much as they had moved an inch further in terms of developing their energy sector, they didn't have much resources in terms of energy materials and products, like the Western Europe didn't have as much as resources as the former Soviet Union blocs, including Russia, Ukraine, Latvia, and other countries. And therefore, when the Soviet Union collapsed, the Western Europe, and particularly their investors, needed to invest in the energy sector, but also wanted protection. They are worried about their investments in countries that were fragile at that time. And so that is when the debate around the European Energy Charter came up, which was basically a political, set a political foundation for the Energy Charter Treaty, because the European Energy Charter was not a binding document. It was just contained proclamations in terms of what the states could do to promote the international cooperation in the energy sector. And out of that debate, investors thought of a document which is binding, that one would ensure international cooperation in the energy sector, but also protect their investments. And this is where we are coming from. With that debate came up the Energy Charter Treaty, which is binding, where states can be sued in case they abrogate some of the provisions in the charter. This charter has been a subject of debate, and currently we are talking about modernization. Of recent, I think around July, we saw where the Energy Charter Secretariat agreed in principle to the modernization text as proposed by the European Commission. We've also seen aggressive expansion of this charter, particularly in African countries, Asia, countries that have vast resources in terms of energy, materials, and products. For the East African community, we know that it has signed the International Energy Charter, which is an international version of the European Energy Charter. And it's also a mobilization tool that will prepare countries to be signatories to the international, rather to the Energy Charter Treaty. We saw the East African community as intergovernmental organization signing to the International Energy Charter in 2015. Countries like Uganda, Burundi, Kenya have all signed to this International Energy Charter. Uganda has gone a step forward to write to the Secretariat with a letter of intention to accede to the treaty. Burundi has gone, it's up to the speed to the extent that they have even finished preparation of the reports, reports that are intended to demonstrate that the country's domestic laws align to the principles of the charter, and they have gone also to second some of their representatives at the Secretariat, the ECT Secretariat. In Uganda, maybe if there are officials from the Ministry of Energy, they can also tell us where they have reached. But the last time we checked, they are also at a stage of preparing these reports. The ECT Secretariat, of course, has ambassadors. They have arbitrators who also are aggressive. In some countries, they have set up liaison offices in embassies. And they hope that countries that have these energy materials and resources can be signatories to the treaty. But of course, as I will demonstrate later, we know that, for example, the advisory panel of the Secretariat is composed of 80% of it are companies that are dealing in fossil fuels. And that has an implication on how fast we can transit. If an investor has invested heavily in fossil fuels, I don't think they have any incentive to be up to speed or to facilitate the process of transition. With that background, I will just go to some of the specific provisions of the Charter. In terms of Article 1 of the Charter, which provides definition for key terms, maybe I'll take key terms such as investments, economic activity. They are defined in broad terms to the extent that even the so-called investors who probably could be vendors of these products have sought protection of this treaty to bring lawsuits to contracting states. There is that case of Petrobat versus Kyrgyz Republic, where the claimant was just a vendor of gas condensate and had entered into a contract with a company owned by that country. When that company to which the claimant was supplying gas went into bankruptcy, the claimant, because it had come to invest in that country under the ECT, had to bring claims against the government, and the government was ordered to pay damages. But the context of this is to what extent do these terms give protection in terms of is the investment substantive, or have the investor really committed resources to be able to claim damages when contracting states maybe breach the terms of investment. We've seen the modernization text trying to come to bring definitions to contextualize or give determinate definitions to these terms, but even then the text does not define what is substantive investment. So that is still terms that are ambiguous, terms that even private arbitrators have defined in broad terms, and to the advantage of investors that come under the ECT. The other point I need to note is the issue of the urge to amass resources. When you look at the principles, when you look at the principles of the ECT, it's basically about promotion of international cooperation in the energy sector. That includes trade, transit, protection of investments, arbitration, dispute settlement. But for those authors who have accessed texts and minutes of early negotiations, they point to the fact that this treaty came just to facilitate investors, the owners of capital, to access some of the resources. And one would wonder why, for example, in Burundi as a country, however small it is moving very fast. In terms of critical minerals that underpin the transition into efficient energy, you'll find that Burundi also, however much it is small, it has some of these minerals. And therefore, this will continue to be a tool for the international investors to access these resources. Another point is history has shown, and available data. When you look at the ECT terms in terms of investor protection, they are modeled along the bilateral investment treaties that countries like Uganda have signed. But evidence shows that these treaties do not bring about the much coveted investment. In Uganda, for example, our top foreign direct investment comes from China, comes from India and Kenya, and for all these countries, we don't have these bilateral investment treaties. When you look at Netherlands, UK, where you have these treaties, their share in terms of foreign direct investment portfolio is nearly less than 10%. The other point is on environmental concerns. I will skip some of them just for the sake of time. Like I said, you'll notice that this treaty protects much of the investment that protects our fossil fuels. But also, when you look at the advisory panel of the ECT Secretariat, is composed of countries, rather companies like Total, like BP, like Shell, Gazprom. All these companies have vested interests. And in any case, because it is an advisory panel, it is very hard for these companies to facilitate a transition where they are going to lose their assets and investments. And also, the ECT itself does not pronounce itself on the principles that are exposed, for example, in the Paris Agreement, the new Green Deal, the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly on environment. And that is a big challenge. We've seen countries that have been sued just because they are legislating on environment. An example is Italy, where it had stopped oil exploration in an area that is about 20 kilometers from its coast, but at one point had issued exploration agreements to some of these companies like Lokwapa, and it was taken to court, and they are claiming a lot of costs about this. So even when countries have good intentions, particularly to protect the environment, an investor under ECT can sue and they will be compensated. The other aspect is on transparency. Of course, the ECT encourages transparency, but the practice that has evolved under it is that most of the arbitration proceedings are not available to the public, and yet they involve a lot of costs in terms of facilitating the litigation thereunder. And so you realize that even in the context of Uganda, where we had the country being sued under the production sharing agreements by, for example, Talo and Heritage Oil, much as we know the outcome, we do not know the details of those rulings or judgments under that. On the issue of taxation, the ECT does not create rights or impose obligation in respect to taxation measures, but we've seen countries in East Africa, and particularly Uganda, coming up with generous taxation system just to attract investors. But this is a problem because, and I will again speak for Uganda, if you compare it with Kenya and Rwanda, you realize that our GDP to, rather tax to GDP ratio is still very low. And that translates into what revenue we have to facilitate development programs. And the reason why it is very low is because of the most generous taxation system. Those who have had a chance to look at, for example, at the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Act, you can see that the EACOP companies opted for a different fiscal and tax regime, which gives all sorts of exemption you can think about, including spending the next 10 years after starting production without paying corporate tax. And that translates into the discussion of what is a people-centered and just transition. In terms of settlement of disputes, I had alluded to this, but what we see is that, one, most of the companies have opted for private arbitrators, and you'll find there is no consistency. There has not been any jurisprudence or precedents set that bind these arbitrators. Every ad hoc arbitration tribunal will have their own sentiments. Some of them, they involve in self-dealing. Some of them have been involved in drafting these contracts. Yes, I'm finishing. And there is not even an appeal mechanism under the ECT. So that is also a challenge. Administrative expenses, every country that becomes a contracting party also has to pay administrative expenses in terms of the staff that we second there, but also contribution to the secretariat and conference, the conference expenses. We've seen Italy, for example, opting to withdraw, citing that it is paying a lot of money to these international commitments. And in their statements, they said they could save up to 370,000 euros. So countries must pay if they become contracting parties. Ratification, there are procedures for ratification, but what we've seen and as a practice is that even when you don't ratify, if you sign or accede to the treaty but you don't ratify it domestically, still you are bound by the treaty. We've seen Russia being taken to court by cause capital, even when its parliament never ratified it. Withdraw, there is that ghost called the zombie clause, where the treaty remains applicable even for the next 20 years, even after withdrawing. And we have seen countries like Italy still in litigation, but the modernization clause, text has brought a new concept of the sunset clause, where they think litigation must end by 2030 or 2040. And however, the modernization text might also not be to the speed, because some advocates are saying that anything below ending protection of investments in fossil fuels should not be part of the modernization text. The issues that really see where countries have assented to this treaty is there is shrinking regulatory space. I had alluded to this. Countries have been taken to arbitration tribunals because they are legislating for public good or for public interest, especially in terms of protection of the environment. Where these investors have gone, we don't see reduction in energy prices. There's a case of Bulgaria. If this document is shared, you'll see it. And of course, being an obstacle to transition to renewable energy. So in light of that discussion, I think East African member states should not accede to this treaty. Countries like Uganda, where, for example, we don't have a renewable energy policy, the one had expired in 2019, I think it's high time we need to discuss about these, also have renewable energy, rather transitional policy with clear financing strategies, and also if we are going to go with the modernization text, then it should, for example, end protection on fossil fuels, emphasize the issue of states to have the obligation and the mandate to legislate in the interest of public, and also recognize that there must be, at least as a bare minimum, sovereignty of countries to their energy resources and materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I'm sorry I had to rush you, but we are really at the end of the first half of the day, and I would just like to propose that for those who, I know there was quite a number of issues that have come up, and I think there were some questions I'm sure some of you already have. Would like to break off for lunch, for a very short lunch period. And then when we come back, the first thing we will have is the question and answer plenary with the panelists here. I'm hoping they can spare an extra 30 minutes after lunch. Gloria is looking at me. Just 30 minutes after lunch so that they can respond to our questions. And then we break off now, because there is also another panelist who's online who needs to come in after lunch immediately. So it would be good if we broke off now and first stretch a bit. So we'll have a very short lunch time, 30 minutes, if you can eat in 30 minutes. Poolside, yes, you've all got a coupon, I believe. 2:30, we are back here so that we have a plenary related to these issues that have come up in this session, and then we'll continue. Hope that is okay with you all. Thank you so much. Can we give a hand clap to our panelists for this morning? Please do come here at 2:30. Let us keep time so that we're able to redeem some of the time we've lost. Thank you. comments from the previous presentations. I think Gloria will not be able to join us, but Siraj will step in as he sits on the MSG. Yeah. Okay, so I saw a hand up. My microphone. I don't know if Mark is around. It would be nice to get our mic. Thank you, Adela. So there is a hand here. Please raise your hand if you have a question for this panel. There is one hand here. There is a question that Gloria had asked also. Please go ahead and ask. Yeah, and you introduce yourself as well.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Gusha Imam, a member of civil society. Yeah, mine goes to the EITI guy. I think Mr. Magadis goes to you. Our thinking, are there like any policies or if there is any room for legislation? Because prior we are talking about how do we link EITI to energy transition. Maybe our thinking, can there be like a certain percentage? Because they were saying, let there be a certain percentage of this maybe oil revenues that can be used to facilitate transitions. You know, it's a two-way. The other side there is development, but when development, the other side there is what? You're tackling issues of environment, human rights abuse. Maybe if there is a certain room for legislation and we include that aspect, we say let's 30% or 20% be used for energy transition, like it facilitates. I don't know whether there can be that room. Maybe we record it and you know, we take action.
Thank you. I think Siraj will be able to answer that. Are there any questions for the speakers before us? There was the presentation from Engineer Kedi and also and another presentation from Moses. Yes, Alaka, please.
Good afternoon. My question is for the gentleman from the Energy Charter. So I'm sure you're aware on Twitter yesterday and the last few days there's been conversations on some of the EU countries withdrawing from the Energy Charter. I don't know if you've come across that conversation. So my question is on countries like Uganda and Tanzania that plan to take, you know, their oil out of the ground, even Kenya that has those plans of actually exploiting and, you know, developing their oil. What does that look for them in terms of the future? Because the West is grappling with security versus, you know, the West is grappling with the cold winters. I mean, the Russian-Ukraine war, what that means to them, because they are in the process of trying to survive. And us, we're in the process of trying to exploit our resources. So what does that look in terms of the future? Does that give us leverage as African countries then to play in that market whereby we can be able to supply, you know, gas to some of these countries that are actually going to need the capacity? Because for them at this point, if there are sanctions against Russia because of the invasion in Ukraine, it means somebody somewhere, there's a loophole. You know, they say people thrive. You can be a beneficiary in war. So we want to see what's the position of Africa in some of this situation. That's my question.
Thank you. We are taking questions. Okay, there is a question there, and then we'll come back to this side.
Thank you. My name is Ronald Soke. I'm from the Independent Magazine. My question goes to Mr. Kedi, and I think it's just a build on from the question Madam Gloria asked you in relation to the mineral sector having discrepancies in data, and I wanted to reference the gold deposit announcement made by the president in the middle of this year when he announced that I think Uganda had gotten the biggest, I think one of the biggest gold, had found one of the biggest gold deposits in the world. And some people doubted the figures. Others actually said maybe the figures needed clarification, but the ministry never came out to clarify to the public and the entire world. So my question to you is the government still convinced that these are the deposits we have in the country, or it was a mistake made hastily by the president? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to allow just the 3 questions on this side, but I'll start with gentleman from Kenya and honorable, and then we'll come to the front. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. One goes to the gentleman who made the last presentation. And when you, in terms of the initiative that you're talking about, does it seek to address the long-term impacts associated with pollution when you're making the presentation on the environmental degradation? Because, for instance, the polluter pays principle seeks to address, say, for instance, if it's an oil spill or where hazardous, there has been hazardous contamination of the environment. But with most frameworks do not seek to address the long-term implications which would be felt, say, 20, 30 years. Does that seek to address, one, the compensation in terms of those affected from, say, oil and gas or mining activities, and 2, in terms of timeline for compensation in addressing some of the challenges, does it seek to also address that? The second one, I think, was to Madam Gloria, who I don't know whether she's back. But I think Kenya and Tanzania have a lot to learn when it comes to joining EITI, specifically because we began the discussion in 2014. In 2015, when President Obama was in Kenya, that was one of the commitments that the government made. And then, in the middle, things changed. It was that particular provision in the policy was changed to developing a transparency framework. And right now, despite the fact we have a framework, implementation is one of the biggest challenges that we are having. So, what are some of the things in terms of getting that political goodwill, and in terms of also ensuring that you have policy provisions that actually talk towards EITI that Kenya could actually borrow? Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania is an EITI country already. Yeah, so it's Tanzania and Uganda, I think, in the East Africa community.
Thank you very much. My question is to Engineer Kedi. Coming from the mineral-rich region of Karamoja, I had been an advocate and a fair trade in the mineral sector. And there is an experience on the licensing framework and regime that seems to be having a lot of gaps. From my experience, and especially advocating for the disadvantaged Karamojong people, the artisanal miners, how best can we improve on this licensing in Uganda in particular? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last one, I'm not going to have another round of questions. So if there is any one more question and maybe another one online, we take it at once and then the panel will respond at once. So, okay, this is the, okay.
Okay, thank you so
Let
much,
her-
the moderator, the panelists. My
okay.
question will go to Engineer Kedi. I understand with the passing of the Mining and Minerals Bill, after the President has already assented it to, I believe the licensing procedure was halted for a while. What is the next program on that? Would love to know when will you expect to have the activity back on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last question, please ask, and we'll wind up the questions for now.
I don't know who can answer this. My name is Elizabeth Biarugava, but I will address it to Mr. Kedi. Are these minerals critical to us? To us, they seem to be development minerals, but we're going by the name given by someone who badly needs to get hold of these minerals. So the question is, are they critical to us? Do we have a way of naming them so that we negotiate better? To us, I still think that these will develop our economies. Yes, we are polluting like them, but they are struggling with a problem that not similar to what we're struggling with. We're still struggling with accessing these transmission lines, and they're struggling with getting rid of them. So should they still be critical to us? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gerald, you'll be the last, and then we'll get responses from the panel, and then we'll end this session and invite the next panel. So, Gerald, you'll be the last.
Thank you, panelists and moderator. Engineer Kedi, we heard that the export of raw minerals, resources, is banned. I think the first time this happened was about maybe 10 years ago. In view of the urgency of the energy transition now, do we have time to work on adding value to our minerals to benefit from the energy transition, the opportunities around it? Or have we stopped the exportation but we'll still miss the train, as they say it? Do we have time to be able, because this is very urgent. The oil is already being, we have to stop the oil now. So we have also stopped, the exportation of raw materials. Do we have time? Are we able to catch up? Thank you.
Thank you. So I will invite the panelists to respond to the questions. Some of them have been directed to particular panelists. And then I'll also ask you to share any concluding remarks before we move to the next session. So I think I'll start with you, Engineer Kedi. You have a number of questions, and maybe also to Gloria's point in the morning, you could answer that for our records.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think let me first start with Gloria's concerns in the morning. I want to just say that the mining sector in Uganda has really suffered for quite some time. One, from unprioritization. The sector has not been prioritized for quite some time, even when we know that back in the 1970s, that subsector used to contribute almost 30% to our GDP. But it hadn't been prioritized for quite some time until recent efforts that have been put. But even then, those efforts are not significant. And in addition to that, I also want to say it has also been largely discriminated. I remember when Uganda signed up for EITI, all the documents were very clear that they would apply to minerals, oil, and gas. Those were the words across all the documents. But when it came to the constitution of the EITI MSG, psychologically somebody was discriminating. You'd find 3 people from Total, another one from where, from Sinok, 10 people from the ministry, and then they only requested for one representative from the mineral sector. I was actually the only one. I went there the first time and said, this is discrimination. EITI is about minerals, oil, and gas. Read all the documents. So the Secretariat was discriminating in trying to actually come up with a team to constitute the MSG. And now, another thing is, now, if you have only one member, you're asking questions, only one member is answering. The rest are all answering because you have discriminated. So that's partly why the information gap came in. But let me tell you the truth. You ask the Secretariat. They found it easier to get information from the mineral sector more than the oil and gas. That one I can assure you. The only challenge that we have with the MSG group is that now you want to do audit as well. Even you want even to see which, because we are fully online in the licensing process. They even want to come and say, what does the commissioner do? They want to give them access to the system and so. I think that that's not part of what the EITI is about. That is part of what the Auditor General is supposed to do. That is the only challenge we have with the Secretariat. But otherwise, we have provided all the information, and that is it. On the information regarding gold, not tallying, there was a table put there. I am actually disappointed that our team members who are on the Secretariat did not give you the reason why that there's a discrepancy. For us, in line with the Mining Act, we rely on declarations by mining companies on what they declare. They pay their royalties and so forth, or their due obligations to government. Now, the challenge that comes is that there was another law called the East African Customs Act. Now, this one brought a principle that we allow a customs procedure known as manufacture under bond for gold, for value addition facilities that operate across the region. So now what happened is that our local miners here also, when they saw that, of course, locally produced gold is subject to royalty and taxes, and then the other one, which is on transit to the refineries, is zero rated, they also decided now to work with those people who are in foot and also declare our gold, which is locally made, as gold that is on transit for refining purpose. So that's why that's partly what has informed our reforms to change the law so that we try to harmonize these legislations, which come at a regional level and as well as the ones at the local level. We believe that with the passing of this new bill, we will harmonize such. And I wish the Secretariat had also, I thought we had given you a very competent team, but if these gaps come up, I think when you come up with the reports, instead of coming to look for the commissioner here in a meeting, you could come and request us to go through the PS and some of us in top management to look at and give you feedback as to how that discrepancy is there. But we share the information between us and URA. And I can give you the exact figures for the discrepancy and the reasons why. I thought that was very important. I should come out from your report. The issue of, she also brought out the issue of wolfram exports. You know, this ban on export came about in 2011. We managed to convince His Excellency to relax the ban for some category of minerals for some time. And this particular export that was reported here, I think was for 2018. By that time, still there was a relaxation on the ban. And I want to say that Cabinet itself actually pronounced itself on this issue just this April. So you'll not be seeing many of these exports now because the official statement from government came in April 2022. So that one also can be explained. Now, in regard to Ronald Musoke, I think for you, your concern was on the gold export, the gold figures, the value of the gold figures that His Excellency reported. I want to tell you that the speech that His Excellency gave was correct in terms of the amount of gold that had been discovered, which is about 30 million tons. And that is just about 10% of the area that that company in Busia is operating. It's a significant deposit or discovery. However, on the value that we are, you know, a commissioner like me cannot correct His Excellency on the value as, but we are consulting with him, and at an appropriate time, he will make the statement to correct himself if indeed he made a mistake. So we are engaging him on the matter. That is why the ministry has not come out to explain this, because it came from a high authority. There are mechanisms for dealing with that when you work in government. Not everybody can come and talk at any time. There is a chain of command. And then licensing framework for ASMs, that's Honorable Minister from, Honorable MP from Karamoja. I agree. You know, in the Mining Act of 2003, if you notice, there was very light-handed regulation applying to artisanal and small-scale miners. And that is also one of the other reasons that we actually had to amend our new law to cater for ASMs. So now, if you look at the new law, it provides for the licensing of artisanal and small-scale mining, specifically even to zone areas for artisanal and small-scale miners. And I believe that this is a good law, even for the region, for the Karamoja region. And we hope that now this is a very progressive regime that will cater for their needs. I assure you, we have been in Karamoja, we consulted extensively on this particular issue, and they were happy that if this indeed was incorporated in the law, it will address their concerns. So I believe that that will be addressed. Licensing was halted when will it resume? As you're all aware, the law was assented to by His Excellency last week, and that law has been sent to Justice. Justice is going to send it to UPPC for gazette and printing. And the exact timeline I can say is about 2 weeks. It will take about 2 weeks to have the gazette. And the law itself provides that it commences immediately after gazettement. So I think within 2 weeks, we should be good to go. Elizabeth, are these minerals critical to us? Simple answer is yes. And that's why I think we're having this conversation. Professor there was in the morning telling us about the different categories of these minerals and what their uses are for. So if you produce these minerals, the most important thing is that, first of all, economically, you earn revenue. If you manufacture batteries in your country, if you manufacture solar power, if you manufacture, it means that the cost here in the country will be much cheaper than those that we import. And so if we export them, we earn revenue. So even if you're down in the village there, I believe that there is a way you benefit. When your country is rich and is earning revenues, definitely there's a way you'll benefit. I like to assume, somebody was saying we need to take these conversations down to the grassroots. True, people should be given information, people have to be sensitized. But sometimes, if my name is Kedi, I'm from Soroti, for example, in Uganda here, and my interest is a road, my interest is power, I shouldn't be made to know how that a road has 7 layers or 10 layers. I want a good road. It is different when I use that road and 1 year later it has potholes. That's a different question. But the thing is that my need has been satisfied. I need the road. You don't have to teach me how the road has to be built first for you to give me a road. I think there are classes of responsibility in which services can be rendered. So I believe that these minerals are very, very crucial. And of course, let alone those needs that we apply those minerals here in country. Wind energy, solar energy. Yeah? These are very critical minerals, and I believe that they are critical. You might have to give us a reason why you think they are not, but they are very, very critical. Export banned, do we have time to add value now, or we shall miss the train? Gerald. I want to repeat the statement that His Excellency always says. Minerals are going to remain crucial for as long as we live. And sometimes he says, if people don't add value, let our minerals stay in the ground. The future generation can find use for them. There was an earlier submission by one of the panelists here when he said that 70% of this room is made of hydrocarbons. I was saying, no way. That is not true. In fact, on the contrary, nearly 80% is made from minerals. There is sand here, there is clay here, look at gypsum up there, look at all these are mineral commodities. Most of these are mineral commodities and so on. Those people in the cameras are using largely minerals. So I was saying, no, that is not true. I would want to actually engage that gentleman, and he gives me his dynamics for assuming that 70% of what is in this room is hydrocarbon. Instead, it is a mineral. Very little is hydrocarbon. I can assure you, less than 10%, maybe 3%. And so that is the rationale. Minerals will remain crucial. And if you look at the lithium resources, for example, in the world, if we take, assuming we take 10 years to develop a lithium-ion battery plant here in Uganda, I am very sure we are not late. We shall just be in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Engineer Kedi, I hope you've also given your final remark. If you could, please.
I think in terms of a final remark, I would say that in this discussion of energy transition, and like I said before, let's leave alone the hydrocarbon part. That one, we must develop it as a country. I'm talking about this transition to, especially the automobile, the lithium-ion battery-powered transition. we need to take a regional or continental approach if we are to be really, to benefit from this. And like the previous speaker said, either we plan and get organized now, or we shall be, is a word the lady used earlier. I wanted to borrow it. We shall be caught flat-footed and very disorganized. And that is the interest of the Western world. Once they find us not prepared, we have not talked, they will trample over us. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kedi. I will now ask Moses. I think there was a question to you on the charter, right? And also, as you speak to some of the comments that have come in, you can also share your final remarks. Yeah.
Thank you, Nelly. There was a sister from Kenya who talked about the recent debate on withdrawal by European countries. That is true. I think the debate on withdrawal from the ECT, actually complete withdrawal, has gained traction. And we know, for example, that countries like Italy, Netherlands, Russia, and Luxembourg have all withdrawn. The challenge is that the other zombie clause of the treaty being applicable to them for the next 20 years, it is still biting. And even as recent as maybe a week ago, we've seen also Spain withdrawing. And this is going to be a challenge even where there has been acceptance in principle on the text for modernization of the treaty. For it to have full legal effect, it will need unanimous approval from all the contracting states, which is difficult. In terms of how that translates into market for example, for Ugandan or Tanzanian oil and gas, I think, like the professors from MUB said, market for fossil fuels is going to be there for some time. The discussion on transition is not a discussion that is going to end tomorrow. It is going to take decades. And that market is there. The sooner we extract, get the money, and then be on the same footing in terms of debate, the better. The challenge is how, like the professor said, how do we make sure that those causing environmental degradation pay their fair share? And I think as a country, what we need is to align our fiscal or taxation regimes to make sure that we introduce market-based taxation so that you pay for what you pollute for. What we have now is maybe provisions around restoration, but those ones do not take care. They could take care of the environmental damage, but polluting over time, we may not quantify it. But if you have a taxation system that makes sure that we tax those polluters to the extent of pollution, then we invest that money in communities, but also by the end of the business, that money has had transformative effect other than keeping this money on extra accounts just to wait for the time of restoration. Maybe the other question was then on the issue of the long-term impact associated with the solution. I think that's more or less what I've been talking about. But maybe for clarity is that the Energy Charter Treaty is there to protect international investors, those who are coming from abroad, not local investors, and not the population itself. And that's why we've seen most of the companies that come under this ECT are what they call shell companies. For local investors who are very intelligent, they will go to maybe safe haven countries, register companies, and come back as foreign investors. Unfortunately, the charter, the treaty itself does not provide for maybe what they have called non-lowering clauses, like maybe labor and environmental standards. It does not talk about free, informed, and prior consent. So it has nothing for ordinary people. It has nothing for local investors. And That's where even the provisions around equitable and fair treatment turn out to be actually unfair for local investors and for the population, the ordinary people. My last take is in terms of energy transition. Personally, I'm afraid because if, for example, private actors take the lead, because we've seen most of governments of recent have gone back to reclaim provision of energy as a public good. But in this debate of transition, how are, for example, African governments prepared to continue taking a central role? Because with privatization, we shall see hike in prices, and if private sector owns this infrastructure, so then how will it be people-centered or just to the ordinary people? So I think it is important, maybe as civil society, in the advocacy that you conduct, to be able to possibly convince governments that they must, in much as we are in liberalized economies, but to be able to take a center stage in terms of investing in infrastructure that is critical for transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And finally, I think Siraj, there was a question on EITI and I think how to incorporate energy transition, something to that effect. If you could just speak to that and any concluding remarks as well as we are now wrapping up here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was smuggled here. You need to inform the audience.
Yes. Sitting
Gloria
on
could
behalf
not
of
make
Gloria,
it up to the
yes.
end. She had to excuse herself. But I sit on the multi-stakeholder group of the EITI as the civil society representative. And, you know, it is civil society, government, and industry players that make up that multi-stakeholder group. So some of the things we work collectively as a team, and therefore that's why it is easy to come in and respond to some of the questions that were directed to Gloria. That said, Magara Siraj is my name. I'm the Extractive Industries Coordinator, Oxfam, Uganda. Now, I want to first make a remark that EITI is a very good vehicle, an international standard, which is not anchored in our laws, but it is an international best practice that can support transparency and accountability mechanisms to ensure that we are able to follow through and benefit from the extractive resources. We know how much we are able to to generate from the minerals, from the oil and gas, and how that money is being utilized for the benefit of the citizens. Because you are aware that these minerals, oil and gas, they are not for the government officials. They don't own these resources, but these resources are owned by the citizens. Only that the government officials and duty bearers hold them in trust. So it is incumbent upon our citizens to ensure that they are able to follow through and we are able to see what actually government is doing with these minerals. And EITI becomes a very good vehicle for that. And what I want to add there is that EITI in itself is not like a vehicle that will lead us to where gold and honey shall be at our hands. It is just a signal to tell us whether there is a red light or a green light. It's like just like a traffic light. For example, if we produce the report that we're able to produce like in May this year, you go through and see where the red lights and where the green lights and where the yellow lights. And it is now upon the responsible institutions, civil society, government, and all other stakeholders to ensure that they fix all those gaps that the EITI is going is able to get out. For example, if I may give an example, if you read the report, it tells you that only 1.6% is the contribution to GDP from minerals, only 1.6. So that tells you that we are jokers. With all the potential we have, we are not able to harness mineral potential so that it can be able to contribute to our GDP. When you look at Tanzania, Tanzania's mineral potential contribution to GDP is around 10%. So you'll say we are in our own league, 1.6% versus 10%. It means we are disorganized. And therefore, it now gives a debate, putting government institutions on spot to see how best can we harness this important resource to ensure that we are able to get benefits. And one thing that government is faulted, like even in this conversation we are having on critical minerals, critical as they are, the world is paying a lot of attention on the critical minerals. The scramble and partition is yet to happen. People are going to scramble for these minerals. But government has just passed a minerals bill. You will not see any strategic intent to really protect and hold of these minerals, to know that we have something which is going to propel us to another level. Let's see how we handle it properly, and we are able, yes, to enter the market with a very big negotiation power. So I think sometimes we tend to lag behind in most of the things. And when all these minerals have been ferried, because, you know, engineer will license so many people to come and explore some of these critical minerals, only to find that as they are exploring, they are already taking away the minerals. And by the time we want to say, okay, let's pay attention, these are finite resources. They will have been exhausted. So that's a very critical point that we need to say, if these critical minerals are indeed very critical, what is it that we are strategizing on to ensure that we are able to be in, because we have a resource which is not elsewhere. They have already told you that, like the energy charter, all these people are coming here, they know that the energy resources are here, and they are scrambling to come here to make sure that they get all the favorable conditions to access these minerals, like the energy charter they are telling you about. But
Siraj, in conclusion.
Yes, I'm sorry, let me use 1 minute to finalize. So that's very important, that we need to find some safeguards of how we can be able to protect these minerals, we can be able to harness them, and we get the value. I wanted to build to his question, the question on energy transition and EITI. It's true that EITI is in the advanced talks to include energy transition as part of the standard. The current standard we are using of EITI is 2019, and it has not been looking at energy transition. But last week, I think there was the international EITI meeting, and the conversation was part of the agenda. I know it is not yet conclusive, but subsequently, the next EITI standard that we are going to be working with is going to be bringing a component of energy transition as part of what we need to report. And it tallies in well with what Imam asked. Can we now also locally, because EITI is not legally implemented here, because the report and everything that is not binding to the government of Uganda to implement. But we can also find some good practices and anchor them in our laws. For instance, he said that in a bid to, and I saw Minister of Energy, when they released the statement responding to ECOP, I was very excited. They also cited and said, you see, we are trying to exploit minerals, I mean oil and gas, so that we get money that will help us to finance clean energy access. They said, what? This is very serious. But when you go to the Public Finance Management Act, they have already put what they are going to use the money for. They have said the money is going to be used for infrastructure development, and they did not even talk about energy. And that's why we are saying, can we now go back to our laws and say, maybe we put like 10% or 20% of this money, since it is going to be doing emissions, bringing carbons on the other side, can that money be capped to decarbonize? And we say 10% of the money that will come from oil and gas will actually be used to access renewable energy technologies. The way you are able to put in the statement, I think we needed to put it in the policy. I know the oil and gas policy is being, it must be under review. Then I'm sure even other documents must be reviewed. Then even we can review the Public Finance Management Act so that such a thing is well anchored in our laws. Lastly, on Kenya and Tanzania joining EITI, I think...
You mean Kenya? Tanzania,
Tanzania is already a member, yes. Kenya, I think they should see that, yes, EITI may not help us solve all the problems, but it is a very good tool. Before, we were not having any information to start with, to debate with. All the information was closed there. But at least now we know the discrepancies, we know how much government is able to get, we know a few. I know we are having a challenge of contract disclosure. The first report we produced, we didn't have oil and gas contracts, but it is a process. I'm sure at one point these contracts are going to be released. So I urge Kenya, please, if government can consider joining EITI, I know the civil society there should be on top of their game, really to tell government to at least provide an avenue for citizens to be able to scrutinize what the government is doing on their behalf. And that way, we should be able to keep tabs on our resources, be able to follow up on what government is doing on behalf of the citizens, and you never know, we might be able to get the benefit from these resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Siraj, and that's the end of this panel discussion. Can we please give them a round of applause for very critical comments and discussions? Are we still streaming online? Yeah, all right, okay. So I want us to get into the last two panels of the day, and they're going to happen consecutively, so we'll have one plenary session after both panels have, panelists on both panels have spoken. And so for the first panel on business, human rights, and energy transition, I'm going to invite Gerald, who is sitting in for Mr. Joseph Kibugu. And then the other panelist is Mr. Andrew Biaruhanga, who I saw here a minute ago. Yes, please come to the front. And so we'll talk a little bit about business and human rights. And then after that panel, we'll get into a panel on community voices, linking those to the energy transition. And then we'll have one round of plenary questions. So please, as we discuss in these two panels, please note down the questions or any comments you might have, and we'll handle them at once. Okay, so I think I've been guided. I'm going to also ask the other panel to come, panelists to join our colleagues here. I'm sure they are ready. Miss Holiness Mwadime, I hope I think she's here. Artisanal Miner from Kenya. Yes? Yes. Please welcome to the panel here, to the table. And then Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba as well, an artisanal miner from Uganda. And so we'll try and sort of balance the conversation there, and then we're able to have one plenary in about 30 minutes or so. Yes. Can we clap for our panelists, please? I know it's after lunch can be very daunting to discuss serious issues, but let's try to remain engaged and enthusiastic as we've been since morning. And so I'll start with Gerald on business, human rights, and energy transition. What are the issues, or are there any issues anyway? And if they are there, what are they, and what should we be talking about and considering? Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. So I am Gerald Biarugaba. I work with Oxfam as a regional advisor for Horn, Eastern Central Africa region on extractive industries. I had planned to be quiet and be in the audience for most of the day, but still I have the pleasure of representing my colleague who was waiting for us virtually, but unfortunately he was caught up by time, so had to leave and join other meetings. His name is Joseph Kibugu, who is the Africa Regional Manager for Business and Human Rights Resource Center. So he told me to speak about his experiences and what he wanted to share. Essentially, they specialize in business and human rights. And I think it's the human rights component that makes some of these discussions real to many of us, yeah? The fiscal issues are important, but until it's, kind of brought down to human rights and its implications on people, then somehow it can appear to be distant from the others. So Joseph and his team carried out a study. As projected, that's the title of the study. And I'll run through the main findings and recommendations on his behalf. But then I think I might be able to take on questions because this is a subject I'm familiar with. Yeah. So essentially, Business and Human Rights Resource Center did a study in Kenya to try and point us to the direction where we're going, to say, yes, we are going into renewable energy, but what are the human rights issues we need to watch out for? So the study that they carried out in Kenya was focused on projects in the renewable energy sector, basically geothermal, the hydro and wind power projects in Kenya. Colleagues from Kenya who are in the room must be familiar with the Turkana Wind Project, the largest such project in East Africa. And so what they found out, the main concerns really for the communities that are living along next to those projects, and I'll ask my IT guy to move to page 6 so I can run us through the most common human rights concerns that they found and how prominently they feature. Okay, yeah, the one that has the dots, the red dots. The one that has the red dots, please. Yeah, yes. Yeah, can we see that? It's not readable, right? They are very faint. Yeah, but basically I'll try and read that. So the most prominent human rights issues around renewable energy projects, in this case of Kenya, let's be reminded that some of these projects require land take from the communities, the host communities. So whether you're talking about having a solar, park, or whether it's a wind project, whether it's, they require land from local communities. So on one hand, you're trying to move away to cleaner energy, but you're taking away land from the people. There are procedures for going about that, so it's not like it is entirely wrong to take away land. But oftentimes, like it was found out in the case of Kenya, the 3 subsectors that were examined, land rights featured very prominently. People not being compensated in time, or ownership of land sometimes being very complex. And I know that when it comes to some countries in this region like Uganda, the land ownership question becomes even harder. We've had long disputes around the land acquisition for oil and gas in the Albertine Graben. So Kenya is also experiencing the same. Land rights, people's rights being respected, ownership of land being recognized, land take and ensuring adequate, timely compensation for those that are affected appeared as one of the most serious concerns for the communities living in these areas. The other was around, of course, their livelihoods and the rights of women and children who are living in these areas. That, again, is one of the social effects that are coming around. I think the other one that I want to speak to is around environmental considerations. The fear being that we should take note not to run away from the environmental harm caused by hydrocarbons, only to jump into another form of environmental harm that could be created by the renewable energy projects. So those are some of the human rights and social aspects that featured very prominently. And there are cases in this report, real demonstrated cases with numbers and sites, real sites, where some of these human rights issues have happened. And they have attracted community protests, in fact. Community protests, but it was until community protests and the financing risk became apparent that the companies that are working on this project actually paid attention to the fate of the local people. So with financial risks and the protests from the communities about them not being able to benefit, and earlier we talked about projects in oil and gas, where the local people who are hosting these communities are not benefiting, so these resources are not benefiting, so it also featured as a big concern. If I'll move to page 10, just to run us through the recommendations that they made. IT, page 10. So they do make recommendations. Among them is to make sure that the companies that are leading the work on renewable energies are very keen on establishing human rights standards and observing the human rights standards, whether it's in regard to land acquisition, in regard to labor, in regard to employment of children in these projects, that it's very important that the proprietors of this project are respecting these rights of the people. The other most important one that I was told to tell you about was that the model needs to change so that we see a democratization. So we don't see centralized power lines that pass through people's land and the people are actually not getting the power itself. So people are living in the dark while the huge projects are within their localities. So what the Business and Human Rights Resource Center has proposed is a model where communities are co-owners of the projects. Yeah? On one hand, to compensate for their loss of land and livelihoods, don't just evict them or pay them money and tell them go away now that you've been paid, but how can increasing the stake, the ownership of the local communities in the projects itself, having 15, 10, whichever percentage is applicable, may increase not just the social license to operate, but also empower economically the communities and make them co-owners of these projects, so that we avoid a situation where it is the corporations that, we dance to the tunes of the corporations. Right now, many of the, problems we're having in the power sector, some people think it's because there is a monopoly somewhere that wrestles with the government, even when it comes to setting the tariff for power, for example, in this country. So having communities being co-owners of these projects would also make it democratic ownership. So until people increase ownership on these projects, we can have a transition for all you want, it will not deliver the aspirations of the local people. So those are some of the recommendations. I think we'll be happy to share the report to point out us in a direction to say, let's transition, but there are human rights issues that we need to take care of, and there are recommendations that can get us there. I thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. So energy transition is definitely a human rights issue. And that brings me to Andrew, who is the ED of Resource Rights Africa and doing some work as well on business and human rights. And I know you're particularly working also in the extractive sector. So I'd love to hear the perspective of Uganda, given what we've discussed, all morning, this afternoon. What are those also issues, the glaring issues really as far as business and human rights is concerned in the extractive sector? A few minutes also for you to submit, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, moderator. Once again, as introduced, I'm Andrew Biaruhanga, and I'm the Executive Director of Resource Rights Africa, and our work has been mainly on natural resource governance, as well as business and human rights. We always organize an annual forum on business and human rights in Uganda, and we are counting now the 4th. Going to the subject of extractives, I will restrict myself to oil and gas, as well as mining, aware that extractive sector may take us to other domains as well. So what are the perspectives when it comes to the Ugandan context? For a fact, just like my colleague has noted, the extractive sector is a highly sought after sector in the case of Uganda. And looking at the NDP3, it clearly benchmarks the mining sector as one of those areas that will, contribute to the economic development of Uganda. And Uganda, of course, has gone ahead to put in place a robust legal framework to ensure that the sector is well governed. I liked what our colleague Vincent Kedi was noting here, now we have the Mining and Minerals Act 2021 assented to by the President. And in that is something in the right direction. But also we note that Uganda is the second to Kenya to have in place the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. So only 2 countries in Africa. Others are still lagging behind. And this comes out of the 2016 Universal Periodic Review process, where Uganda got that recommendation to come back here and put in place the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And we are happy and glad that last year in August, government of Uganda assented or put in place the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights to coordinate efforts to ensure that the private sector or the business entities are well coordinated, and the actors who are interested in ensuring that the business sector contributes to the economic development of this country are brought to the mainstream of actors. And as you know, where you look at our constitution, it mandates the corporate actors to ensure that they equally respect human rights as they do their work. So when you look at Article 20, clearly brings the private sector into that spectrum. And at international level, you know that we have the UN guiding principles, the UNGPs, and these really, again, enable the private sector to come on board to respect human rights. But in all this, what are some of the issues that we see on a day-to-day basis when we are in the communities in the Ugandan context? Just like my colleague panelist has said, these enterprises who are looking for these minerals, they go and have to get from the land. And you go to places like Karamoja, you are in Mubende and other places, people have to give way to these investors for them to invest. And in many cases, in the case of Uganda, we have seen this being done not through free, prior, and informed consent. And this is a big concern that we note here in Uganda. The people of Kosroy in Tapach, Moroto district, out of the land that they've owned since ancestral time, we've seen investors going in for these minerals and not paying surface rates compensation. And these companies, one of them got a mining lease in 2002, and the second one in 2010. But up to now, the locals are still yearning for surface rates compensation. There is even an ongoing land grab intent. And this began, of course, during the COVID pandemic. We've seen these companies using the blanket of the COVID pandemic. When people are in their homes, surveyors and other people are in the field surveying their land. And the land we are talking about is customarily owned. And the people, the investors think that there is no one maybe who is owning this land, as such it is free land. And here we've seen the state moving in with the corporations to dispossess people of their land. And under the pretext that this is free land, forgetting the way how people live in some of these territories, like in Karamoja, where land is managed in such a manner that you have land for settlement, land for grazing, land for hunting, and land for this and that. But when the investors come and find nobody, then they take up this land. So that is a big challenge where people have not been consulted and they have not given their consent. And as such, as we scramble for energy transition minerals, of which Karamoja is like the engine, because we are talking about 50 plus minerals in Karamoja. The discoveries are still being made. So we note that this is a big concern. The second issue which I would like to note, of course, relates to environmental degradation. Open cast mining, as we've seen it in most of these places, and the investors living places not covered at the end of the day, posing a danger both to animals and people, is a big concern that we have seen that the corporates are not behaving well. The environmental impact assessments, we have been trying to get some of these reports. You can hardly get them. But also we have a concern that as long as this remains a privatized service, whereby the private investors are the ones who are to pay the assessors, then you can imagine what sort of report you'll get. I heard in the last panel here, someone quoted and said, "He who pays the paper calls the tune." And I think this is a big concern. But also there are other concerns we have seen, like a conflict between people's livelihoods and the quest for these minerals. You go in places like Karamoja where pastoralism is the mainstay or the main source of livelihood for the people. But right now, we are talking about even the basic legislative frameworks not being put in place. Like, where is the rangeland policy in this place? So you see pastoralism, for example, being pushed to the margins of our discussions in this debate. As we look for transitional minerals, then these traditional livelihood support systems are being pushed to the periphery, and the people are suffering. No wonder in some of these places you hear that in this time in age, people are dying of hunger. Doesn't that really call for some minds to roar in this country? So as we struggle for energy transition minerals, there is a big challenge that people are being dispossessed of their territories, and as such they cannot support their traditional livelihood support system. But also there is a whole issue regarding the rights of the human rights defenders, the land and environmental rights defenders. These people who are standing up to say no to the corporate impunity in these places, they are being harassed. Some of them are being extracted from their communities. They can no longer live in those places because of the complicity between the state and these corporates. Some of these corporates are so powerful that even they have more power and resources compared to our countries here. And the stories in the African context are quite many. So we have seen human rights defenders being extracted from their communities. They can no longer stand and defend their territories because they are standing up against some of the issues that are happening. But we've also seen people like us going to court to seek for remedy, access to remedy, and the stories have not been any successful. We have noted that for a long time in this country, public interest litigation has not worked to ensure that there is access to remedy. So the judicial mechanisms have also not worked in our case here in Uganda.
And
the case of Butamira Forest. In conclusion, therefore, quite a number of challenges in this context, and the struggle for transitional minerals in this country. We note that it comes at a point when the ground is not well leveled, especially for the landowners, and as such, we are seeing, even as we are talking about solar energy, wind energy, there is dispossession of people's territories and people's lands are being taken away. And for us, we are asking, isn't this another, aren't we moving to another phase of real dispossession of our lands and territories? Over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Very interesting perspectives there, and you also brought us somewhere there in your remarks, a good segue into the next set of speakers who are artisanal miners themselves. Holiness is from Kenya, and Taita Taveta County, Kenya. And so I think for me it would be very interesting to hear from those that actually at the center of these issues, and some of the community voices that we are hearing, the local experiences, the concerns that you have as miners in this whole discourse of energy transition. Are we putting too much pressure on the communities that have these resources and those that are working in these communities? So, Holiness, if you can share with us some of the experiences from Kenya as an artisanal miner, but also in the context of the energy transition discussion we're having today. In a few minutes, please share your remarks.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Holiness.
My name's Holiness Mwadime from Taita Taveta, Kenya. First and foremost, I'll wish to appreciate the organizers of this event and also the AWEC and Oxfam for making me to be in this platform. It's my second time to be in this discussion, so for my little knowledge, I've been able to understand the issue of climate change and how it affects us in our area. Okay, may I first introduce myself and also explain my background. Basically, I'm an artisanal miner, a gemstone miner from a place called Chavia, Mwatate sub-county, Taita Taveta County. The Taita Taveta County is a place enriched
Holiness,
with...
just to interrupt, if you feel more comfortable in expressing yourself in Kiswahili, please go ahead.
Okay.
We'll get someone to translate for us. Non-speaking Kiswahili, non-Kiswahili
Okay.
speaker. So please go ahead, feel comfortable. Yeah.
Okay. Nitakuwa nachanganya Kiswahili and English especially. Naweza sema mimi ni mchimbaji, natoka Taita Taveta County. Na pia nafanya ukulima, farming, and actually najihusisha na mambo mingi in around mambo ya farming and also gemstone. My first experience ya mambo ya mining started 2013 when there was introduction of new 2013 after the first elections on counties. Yani wakati wa kwanza counties zilivyokuja Kenya, it's when nilijianza kujihusisha na mambo ya madini. And zaidi wakati wa 2016 ndio kulikuwa na New Mining Act ambayo iliondoa ile sheria ya kitambo ambayo imekuwa kwa miaka 70 ikigandamiza wachimbaji wadogo kama mimi, na ikatupea nafasi like mimi kama mama and mchimbaji mdogo pale chini kujihusisha na uchimbaji kikamilifu, na pia ikatupea nafasi ya kuweza kushiriki kikamilifu kupitia hiyo sheria ya 2016. Ni wakati huo ndio tuliweza kujiandikisha in groups, na mimi nikawa mmoja wa CBO and a leader in that CBO, champion issues of mining kama mama and again kama mchimbaji mdogo katika hiyo sehemu. Naweza sema kuwa katika wakati huo ndio tuliweza kuanza uchimbaji na kupata sehemu ndogo ndogo za kufanya uchimbaji, and after that tukaweza kusaidiwa na shirika AWEC ambao waliweza kutusupport kuweza kujua ni vipi tunaweza fanya uchimbaji and kufanya hiyo biashara ya madini. Ndio tukajipata mtu kama mimi nimeanza kufanya mambo ya uchimbaji na value addition, kujua kuwa kuna space katika hiyo the value chain ya mambo ya uchimbaji. There is mining and also there is value addition. Mimi na kati ya wanawake wengi tuliweza kujihusisha na kupata mafunzo tofauti kutokana na AWEC, kama vile value addition, mambo ya safety in the mining, financial literacy na mengi zaidi ya hivyo, na pia kuweza kufunzwa kuelewa hii sheria ya madini kwa kiwango kidogo, na ndio ituwezeshe ili kuanza kupata kuhalalisha na kupata ili kuweza kupata mining permits and kulegalize our entities, na pia kujiwezesha kupata sehemu za kuchimba kama artisanal miners.
Holiness,
Yes.
would you like to pause a bit and we get that translated? It gives you time to collect your thoughts. All right. Adela, you can go ahead.
So I'll try to translate what Holiness has said. I'm not sure whether I'll be translating it correctly because Tanzanian Kiswahili is a bit different. It's a bit different from our sisters and brothers in Kenya. But what I've captured from Holiness is that she started engaging into these conversations in 2016 when the Mining Act was a conversation in Kenya, and by then, Holiness and other women formed groups as small miners in the Taita Taveta.
Yes.
Yes, in the Taita Taveta area, and it was during that time when AWEC now started engaging them and providing support on how to extract, but also providing trainings on market issues and value addition. They are also trained on what the Mining Act of 2016, if not, I'm not mistaken, was saying, especially on how to get this kind of on how to get value additions and other areas, if I'm not mistaken. That's at least I've captured in short.
Okay, thank you. Holiness, I'll give you maybe 1-2 minutes to just share some final comments, and then we'll come back to you at the plenary.
Okay. According to me, with my little knowledge, I understand the issue of climate change, and I understand that climate change is real, and since it has been affecting us since for the last 3 years, we've not received rains, and which has led to a lack of water and also food in the area. And since we mine in the parks and ranches, there is the issue of human-wildlife conflict, which has really affected us, and also affected our operations, and also it has also affected the production of food in our area, and that has caused the poverty level in our area to be very high. So, as a small-scale miner or an artisanal miner, I understand that the activities that we are doing are really affecting us, and also they're contributing towards the climate change. But as a small-scale miner or as a local woman, I wanted to ask, what can we do so that we may reduce the problem or the use of the activities that we are doing to reduce the the challenge. What measures are we going to put so that we may reduce the activity? And yet we still need to work so that we can get food. We use that as an we use that as a income activity in our place for our food and to get food and also our school fees, and that is the main activity that we do. And again, since due to the low rains, we cannot do farming. So we have the challenge of food, and we still need to move on and also provide for our children. So as we are thinking of this transition and we are involved in that activities, what measures are we going to put so that us as minors or as local women, we may be involved fully in the whole process?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Holiness. Those were very important questions. She has thrown some questions back to us. So we need to really debate and come up with some solutions in this dialogue. Elizabeth, I guess you resonate with what Holiness is saying as an artisanal miner, and I'm sure you have some similar concerns and experiences. But from the Ugandan context, what are your concerns, what are your experiences when it comes to how communities and the voices of communities are sort of linked in this whole discourse in the energy transition issues? Yeah. 5 minutes to you as well.
Thank you so much. I'm proud of you, Holiness. I'm proud of you, my sister. Holiness and I speak on behalf of more than 10 million miners in the sub-Saharan Africa, and more than 60 million people who rely on this sector for their livelihood. She says she tried to explain the history of how she got in and how important this sector is to us. And I'll try to define what artisanal and small-scale miners mean. Artisanal and small-scale mining is the few individuals you see dirty everywhere, the clay makers, the sand miners, the gold miners, everyone out there that you see full of soil as a way of earning a living. It is labor intensive. It is characterized with nothing like mechanization at all. If it is very low. I wanted to summarize as much as I can to try something to explain, to enlighten how important it is to the communities that are into the mining sector, that rely on the sector, the women and children, the communities around that sell food to the miners, the communities around that do other trade, but everything relying on the mining sector. As you're all aware, the bigger population of this world now is women and children, and they're the more vulnerable ones in these communities. Men are stronger enough to run around. They will go in the pit. They will, when there's no money, there's nothing they will do. They will just chill with their friends, but women will bear the burden. The characteristics of ASMs, that is artisan and small-scale miners, a lack of mechanization. Most of the work is done manually. There is low level, I can say in my experience, almost no healthy safety measures taken in the mines. There is no experience. When they say there is market for, take an example, wolfram or any other mineral, tin or anything, they will jump in. It's all about, what do I dig? And I sell a kg and find money. It doesn't matter whether the person has got knowledge on how it is done all they care about usually it's how much are we going to be paid. Usually the production is very low because most of the land that artisanal miners mine are not fully explored. There is less income because there is always a middleman. Rarely do you find buyers going directly to artisan and small-scale miners. Obviously, there is a challenge with social security of the region, where these mining activities happen. And take an example of Mubende and the recent outbreak. Because there is never statistics of who is coming in and who is getting out, it's very easy to wake up one morning and there is an outbreak. The case I believe you heard of, the Ebola cases in Mubende, one wonders how does a Sudanese disease get to a local mining community like that. I wish, for the interest of time, to rush to who is an artisanal miner, who is a formalized artisanal miner. Our mining bill provides for artisanal mining licensing. So a formalized artisanal miner possesses a concession that is valid, complies with the environmental legislation. These individuals or companies are registered with the Department of Geological Survey and Mine. They are paying taxes and royalties. They have staff enrolled with NSSF, and they do export legally with export permits that are valid and definitely pay local taxes. However, many operations remain informal in the sector because there is lack of knowledge for legal requirements. Up until now, even when I know that I can read and understand what is on the website, I still always call a DGSM to inquire something because it's not making a lot of sense. To me now, my worry is how about my colleagues who are unable to access that information, who are unable to know how to apply, who are far away from the offices of the directorate. There is also the local and traditional culture and behaviors. I don't see why I should be licensed to operate in my father's land. My grandfathers own this land, and you're asking me to come to Kampala to request to extract something valuable from my grandfather's land. And definitely there is, I hope Engineer Kedi, you don't hear this, there is a bureaucratic procedure that we tend to avoid. What our concern in this critical mineral sourcing? Our concerns, yes, we are going to extract these minerals. They're not renewable. There is never going to be these minerals regrowing. So our concern are, will the critical minerals make a positive contribution to our communities? Will the critical minerals sourcing activities operate legally and in harmony with national mining sector development policies and the existing framework? Will the operation comply with standards such as social security, occupational health and safety, and labor regulations? These are few of our concerns, and we are definitely concerned about the environmental hazards that we are about to face, the noise pollution, the water bodies, the spilling of ores and chemicals. I'll use an example of statistics at the moment at the Cancer Institute in Mulago. I don't know why a very big number of the people admitted at Cancer Institute now are coming from Kasese. I don't want to sound like I know why, but I think it needs to be researched on, does the spilling ores of Kilembe mine have got something to do with the number of cases right now that are skyrocketing at the Cancer Institute? We're still concerned about our traditional values and our heritage spaces. Are we going to lose them? We are concerned about the operations after. How long are we going to stay in business if we're into mining? most of these resources are reusable. Most of these minerals will be taken once whatever they are developing, which we don't know. Usually, Baganda say batutegerera, we don't understand what is going on. We only follow what they say, that there is market and all we care about is market. But the question is, after we've exploited, do we have a chance to still stay in business? And as a woman, next to me, another woman, our concern are the mine closures. We have children, our children praying in the mines. Our concern is, will these mines be closed after extraction? Is our government putting in place such plans? Let me rush through this in 1 minute. We have factors that we're excited about. We are happy that eventually there will be an investment security. We are hoping that finally our banks will understand that there is a buyer, there is a mineral recognized. We are hoping that finally our sector will have a professionalism in it. Someone can proudly say, I'm a miner. We are still counting on the financial capability and willingness to invest by our colleagues who don't understand. And definitely we hope to get in touch with qualified personnel. We are thinking that more than ever before now, the white man will be interested in having us access their technologies since they want to explore our minerals. And definitely, at the end of the day, we hope to have a favorable investment climate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. I will give a chance to the panelists to speak again, but I just wanted to open it up and also try and redeem some time. If there are questions, I'll start with the other side this time. I'll take 3 questions from there and another set of 3 from here. So I'll start with Lynn, and then the gentleman in the middle there, and then Alaka, and then I'll come to this side. Please, very short question.
Yeah, so just to raise something that was not translated from what Holiness shared. She made a very specific mention of 2016, about the time when the Mining Act was coming out, and then she mentioned something about county governments. And county governments in Kenya have the mandate to do some type of licensing, or they have a say when it comes to licensing, as well as managing. I think there's something about they provide consent for licensing operations and surface rights, promote community engagement, and selection of the mining sector operators. So this is in the Mining Act of 2016, the Kenya Mining Act. I think I wanted to raise that because I think it's an important conversation to have. We did have it when the bill was being discussed and being brought to the table, that local governments should have more participation when it comes to mining operations, because they are actually closer to the people. So I just wanted to raise that.
Thank you for that, Lynn. We'll hand over the mic to the gentleman there, and then Alaka.
Okay, my name is Paul Mlindwa from Civil Society, and my question or comment goes to the 2 wonderful ladies representing the artisanal miners. My concern is like Holiness and Elizabeth. I think you are the leaders or torch bearers in these communities, and many times we have heard from government and other groups saying that the artisanal miners are largely informal. I think that's where even we derive the naming artisanal. So what have you done, you as leaders in these groups, to make sure you formalize and you start engaging in processes formally? You even engage in the business from a formal point of view, so that we avoid probably the businessmen and the middlemen who come in between to exploit us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alaka, and then we'll move to this side.
Thank you very much, the panelists. I think mine is also a comment and also one that will be directed to my neighbor. Just speaking on behalf of Oxfam in Kenya, who does work through partners with artisanal and small-scale miners. Geological data. I think responsibility partly of the government that these miners work in these areas is that the government should then have that responsibility of providing that geological data, because then at the end of the day you're having miners digging holes everywhere, which is then an environmental risk. So over to you, Engineer Vincent. I think maybe you need to take that up. I don't know if it is the prerogative of the government, or should the miners then put money in accessing geological data. And then number two, the professionalization of ASM. I think we should move away from conversations of formalization and move into professionalization. Then that dignifies the trade. It gives the opportunity for the miners to feel that the act of mining then provides livelihoods. It feeds their children. It takes them, upwards to university. It gives them access to medical health. It gives them access to opportunities for them who are working in this sector, and they are at the same level as people who are doing businesses who are in the agricultural sector. So I think over to also then turning it over to government, maybe looking at it that way in the near future, even as they have conversations with miners, because I know government does have these conversations with miners. Then maybe if we professionalize and look at them more as it will dignify the trade, and it will also allow them to professionalize and then access financing, equipment, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Alaka. Something.
Thank you so much, the Bondolita. Last time I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rose Nakauma, working with Impact. My question, number one, will go to Elizabeth, my sister. I know you said you're working with a group. My concern is to know which group are you working with, and do you intend to rigorize as you're moving forward to make sure that artisanal miners are formalized? Then another question goes to Mr. Gerard Oxfam. You talked about co-ownership of the project as one of the recommendations in the renewable energy. I feel like this is so nice and sweet, if I may say so, but again, it means a lot. For example, my little understanding of the word co-owners, it means owners or stakeholders who have both control and responsibility for cost and income related to the project. If we talk about the cost, do you think the community people are really prepared enough to incur the costs in regard to the project? And the word co-ownership starts from the decision making. Do you think these people are ready on your take to take the decisions as you are, the way you're prepared for the project? Thanks so much.
Thank you. I think one more question, and then Michelle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine, I think, goes to Mr. Andrew Biaruhanga, as she connects dots to Madame Elizabeth's question, like issues arising within the artisanal miners. Now, you talk of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And as a country, we have the National Action Plan on business and human rights. I want to see how such plans are addressing the issues she's facing within the sector.
Okay. So, Michelle, we can get a question from you. I don't know if there are any questions online.
Yes, go ahead. Okay, so mine is more of comments than would be questions. And the first one would be as a follow-up to what Lynn said, that the role of the county government, because mining is not a devolved function under the Kenyan Constitution, and the role of the county government is very limited, only to the extent of issuing permits to artisanal miners. And this has been hindered by the moratorium that has been in place for years now in the country, and it has really affected the sector at all levels of mineral rights issuance. On the second component is the issue of formalization and or professionalization. And I think the barriers to formalize or professionalize are really high, because the cost of getting a permit or a license is very high. One has to get an environmental impact assessment and all the other requirements, do a mine plan, mine closure, the whole yard, and it becomes very expensive. Issues of obtaining land consent, issue of getting exploration, the technical expertise just to be able to participate and to formalize, has really discouraged artisanal miners to formalize and hence professionalize. And because they are not able to do that, then how do they access finance? How do they access some of the services they would otherwise enjoy had they been able to get their permitting or licensing? So I think that maybe a question, or I would put it to us as a challenge as stakeholders within the sector. How are we able to mobilize or lobby for lowering of the barriers of entry for artisanal miners, so that they're able to participate competitively like any other trade, and also even pay tax and be, participate like any other business or like other stakeholders within the mining sector?
Thank you. I assume the question is to all the panelists, or was there a specific one you directed it to? The last question? Anybody can respond. Okay. Dr. Livingstone, I have only room for one more. Okay, Dr. Livingstone. There is also one online. So maybe let me first take the one online and then I come to you, Dr. Livingstone. I'm not sure who it is, but you can unmute and ask, and then introduce yourself or make your comment. Please go ahead and introduce yourself. I don't think we can hear you. We
Can
can't.
you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question.
I'm called Kayinga Mudisto, coordinator, Coachfund, based in Greater Masaka. I'm that is being intimidated for speaking for the rights of the PAPs in Greater Masaka people. I concur with my colleague from who presented on the rights of the PAPs, but also it's very important that we still need to have our leaders consult the communities when making laws. You can imagine we have just got the mining bill, but you may find that even the communities, like that person who is there, were never consulted. None of their interests were considered into the bill. And now they are the same people who really get more affected by the impacts of such laws that we have. It is true that human rights defenders and the project affected persons who raise their voices gets attacked because of the corporate capture that is happening. But we have to work together as civil society. We want to come on board, not only to look at the partial issues, but also the rights of defenders to protect our rights. We must stand firm to protect our rights in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. He didn't introduce himself, but I think he did. So I missed that, but I think the point has been taken. So I'll have Dr. Livingstone and then the lady there, and that will be it, because now we need to really start to wrap up. So Dr. Livingstone, go ahead.
Thank you very much. There is a dimension about exhaustible resources that I haven't had being emphasized here, and I wanted to bring it forward, and possibly it can gain traction on your platform as civil society, and maybe Gerard can highlight more about it can be incorporated. And this is a justice and equity kind of perspective in terms of intergeneration equity. These resources are exhaustible. A mineral extracted does not exist anymore. Principle, though, you can't eat your cake and have it. But these are endowments for all citizens, born and unborn, which means we are advocating for the betterment of our current society out of these minerals. That's the debate I've had this morning. Even me, I contributed to it. How about the unborn? Don't they have rights to these minerals? If we exploit them today, what are we leaving for tomorrow for those people to come? So I've heard from Western world what they do with exhaustible resources like investment funds, sovereign funds. Do we have such an approach for these critical minerals that we gain the benefits today, but something is put aside for tomorrow? Or are we backing on these infrastructures? Sometimes we are failing to control the standards that the infrastructure will live up to tomorrow. How best can we advocate for rights of the unborn?
Thank you, Dr. Livingstone. So the last question here, and that will be the end. I hope the rapporteur is getting ready. You'll just share with us some key issues very soon. So, yes.
Yes, thank you. My question is going to just go to the two last panelists from the from the miners. And mine is, and forgive me if I'm going to sound a little bit too illiterate in this question, but I just also wanted to understand for purposes of civil society to also know how we are going to work together in advocacy. Most of the recommendations coming up from this session, and I've heard them from many speakers, is that there should be regulations put in place to enable, improve the environment that you're mining. That is the informal sector that you're actually mining at. But my question is, I also wish to understand, what do you think really works for the local miners, the informal sector? Because I'm speaking this from the practice we've seen. At some point in Tanzania, we really needed the government to come in to put in strict regulations to ensure that human rights are protected, especially in the mining areas. And I've heard people speak about how they mine without safe tools, safe clothing, and all that. But again, as the professor said, you cannot have your cake and eat it. So once the government came into the picture in Tanzania, they built a wall. And they were strongly regulating what is coming out of the mining area. And again, now from the previous practice, when it was informal, the informal miners could get whatever they're mining and take it out and go and use it the way they felt free. But once the government comes into the picture, you'll have the human rights and all regulations put in place. But again, you'll not be able to get direct access to the minerals that you're mining, because now the government will want a cut out of it. So now I don't know, I'll pose this question back to the miners. What do they feel works for them? Should there be regulations? And again, remember, you'll not have the cake and eat it, because also the government has to get their cut. But again, if there are no regulations, the human rights keeps being violated. And as you're seeing, the practice is right now. So what do you think, in your point, works for you? Because I think at some point that becomes a dilemma altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. I will end there with the questions, and then I'll hand over to the ladies first, Elizabeth and Holiness. As you respond to some of the questions that have been directed to you, you can also give your final remarks and your parting shots. I know, Holiness, I think there was something you wanted to share with the audience, so you can use the chance as well to display that. I'll give you 2 minutes each. And then the gentlemen, I'll give you 1 minute each. So, Holiness, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to answer a question on formalization. Currently, what we are doing, we are registered CBOs, and we've organized ourselves in associations where we elect the 3 representatives who represent us in the county county mining committee, which is anchored in the New Mining Act 2016. Their role is to vet for our applications for mining permits. I think I've answered your question. My recommendation, I wanted to recommend that the women who are practicing mining should be trained on issues of value addition so that they do more on value addition than mining, which will reduce the distraction. Like what I'm doing, currently I'm doing value addition, so I don't mine much, so I've reduced that. So I'll recommend more women will be trained on that so that they reduce their.
Holiness, please share some of the,
Yes,
the things that you're doing for value addition.
Here are my work that I'm doing on value addition. I'll wish to share with you. I have some rings, and also I do some pendants from gemstones, where also I'm doing business on this. I sell these ones to any client, like you here. If you are here, you can buy my items so that you can promote my work. That is what I'm doing. So I recommend more
A
women
hand
to be
clap
trained
for
on that.
Holiness. Value addition.
Secondly, I'll also recommend for this discussion, the discussion that is being done here, to be done down to the grassroots women. Also, they should be involved fully and understand the issue of energy transitions and also the issue of climate change. So, as in, we are talking about these things up here. Also, the grassroots women should know about this. And the thirdly, I wanted to recommend that these things that we are sharing here, they should also be shared with our leaders like the MPs, so that they can, when they are making their laws or regulations about this issue of climate change and issue of environment, they should represent us, the issues that are affecting us, because they're the ones representing us, so they should be involved also in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Holiness. Yes, Elizabeth, your parting
Please allow
shots.
me to say something. Just,
yes.
I'm a quick speaker, so it won't take long. I wanted to add on to this. This is a stone mined, cut, polished, and jewelry done by these women. They do it, and when you look at it, these are the same for us who like jewelry that we collect from expensive shops, and we tend to shun our own original products. Thank you very much. I'll collect the gentleman who raised an issue of whether we were consulted. Yes, we were consulted. There was a nationwide consultation before the mining bill was tabled in Parliament. And then I'll go back to, she has answered what we have done. I'll go back to which working group am I working with. I am working with the National Council of Artisan and Small-Scale Miners. I am working with Mubende Gold Miners as a miner. I am heading to Chisoro, the Western region, because critical minerals is the thing, and as a business person, that's where my head is right now. I'll go back to the question of what can be done to us. At the moment, we want to be legalized. We don't want to stay informal in a developing world. We're still the only sector that banks don't recognize. You can't walk in a bank and say, look, my business is mining. Even your finances, the source of finance, even when you walk up until now, when I go to the bank to bank, my source of finance is agriculture. You can't easily say you trade in gold, yet you're licensed. So our wish is to have the expression of interest in public and communities, to sensitize us more, to engage the financiers, to help the community outside mining understand what is mining, what role does it play to an income of a household, what role does it play to rural development in such communities. And also our wish is to see a model, I could say a model mine. We have these developed mines, but they're very few. So a bigger challenge is we don't have a chance to learn from them. We wish if, for example, it was possible for government to set up a model mine for us to understand the best practice, the available technology, the latest mining techniques that other developing countries are using. And it is both moral and economic changes that we need amongst ourselves. And take an example of Uganda Development Bank that has an agricultural fund. There is nothing set aside for the mining sector. Our desire is to see that government appreciate what we do, set up a funding, an access to finance for the activities that we are carrying out. And definitely we would wish to have direct dialogues with the buyers. We would wish the buyers to pay attention to how the minerals getting to them are sourced. We would wish for the buyers to put in stringent measures, to pay attention to whether the environmental regulations were followed before the delivery of these minerals to the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So I will now hand over to Andrew. In 1 minute, please, your parting shots and also your concluding remarks, and maybe also an answer to some questions that might have come up. Yeah, and then
Thank you, moderator, for being gender sensitive in terms of time. Yes, I think there was a question to me regarding the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And I would like to note that in the morning when I listened to the country director of Oxfam here, he gave a good model that Oxfam uses, community, national, and international. I think what we need to do as we go on into energy transition debate, we need to use that model, knowing that these minerals are not going to be local minerals or localized things or discussions. What we are going to see are multinational corporations. Actually, this is a debate whereby the North, the companies from the North coming to our territories here in the South, especially in Africa, are trying to get these minerals. And as such, there are those international discussions that are ongoing that we need to be part of. Therefore, the UN guiding principles and the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, we need to take this debate to the local level. However, someone may argue and say these feel-good mechanisms like the EITI, like the Kimberley process and others have not worked. Indeed, we have done assessments and we've realized there are gaps. And the need for us now to get into the conversations around, for example, the UN binding treaty on multinational corporations and other businesses. Right now, our government of Uganda is missing in that conversation. And the fourth round of negotiations is going to take place in Geneva in a few days from now. But where are we? Because we feel that these feel-good mechanisms are not really working. And as we go into energy transition, indeed, we are going to see quite many multinational corporations coming here. And knowing that our national legislation and these feel-good mechanisms are not working, what are we going to do to the environmental issues that the ladies are raising here? And all the other issues. So we need to get back into that conversation and push our government to be involved. Now, the question that was raised by Yusto from Masaka around the human rights defenders, I think we need to push government to ensure that the human rights defenders protection bill is passed, such that at least there is a mechanism within which access to remedy for human rights defenders can be secured. So I feel that that is something that we should move in the right direction. And urge also the corporations to ensure that they get an understanding that respect for human rights makes business sense. Because there is that discussion that people don't understand when you are talking about human rights. It's like these are things that don't work. But for you to get that social license, if a mining company in these energy transitional minerals comes in the community and they are well respected, they are well accepted, then it will make business sense for them. Their operations will not be disrupted at any given moment, and they will be able to proceed with their investment. And then looking at Dr. Livingstone was talking about the debate about the unborn, but that is a whole discussion. Other people, or some of us, we also talk about rights of nature. And where are we now? Because we understand that those medicinal plants that are being destroyed in Karamoja, there are trees in Karamoja and other places that are being destroyed and which should not be destroyed. So the environmentalists and other people will tell you that nature also has rights. And who is talking about the rights of nature in this conversation?
Thank you. Yes, Gerald?
Thank you. Fortunately, I had fewer questions. I think it's only one question about, can communities really co-own projects, renewable energy projects? I think we are in a situation where business models have to be interrupted if we are going to be transitioning equitably, into clean energy. What has worked in the past must be disrupted in a way that gives more power, that democratizes control over resources. So yes, communities have a stake. They are able to meet their end of the bargain when it comes to putting resources on the table, because first of all, they own land. They own land. So rather than displace them from the land, how about this land becomes their equity into the project? See, so either the entire land or a percentage of the value of their land becomes equity in the project. And that way they are able to have a percentage of ownership. I think we must be able to move away from this vulnerability, this we don't have cash, therefore we're economically poor. People that own the land are definitely able to put resources on the table using their own resources. I think the other is, the whole conversation, and that's what part of what we were discussing in the morning, energy transition must result into energy systems that give power to the people rather than keep us beholden to the utility companies that dictate the rates at which we get these resources. So I think it's possible, using, for example, such a model, to have local communities co-own the projects and be represented on decision-making boards. I think the overall message that I would like to leave behind is, there were other questions, I think, about the rights of the unborn. I think it's been responded to, but also we have heard this morning that MOOBs will be having, is it a fellowship or is it a summer school? So we're happy to explore part of that discussion in the summer school for those that will be able to take part. I think the overall message that I will leave behind is that it's very important that we transition to clean energy, and as many of us as possible are able to access clean energy. What we need to take care of is not to assume that the renewable energy is inherently clean. It is only clean to the extent that it takes care of the rights and the interests of the people that reside in these communities where the projects are going to be developed. So it is clean, it may be clean by science, it also needs to be clean by human rights and how it handles the rights of the people that are often worst affected by these projects. So, in the case of Turkana, just to share the last one in the report that I projected here, after many battles and community protests, a court process commenced, and it was actually established that land for the Turkana wind project was actually acquired irregularly. Court ruled that the land for the Turkana land project, wind project was acquired irregularly. So it tells you that it's important to think about, start conversations about, litigation, for communities whose rights might be violated. And compensation for those whose rights will be worst affected. And as Oxfam now, our view on natural resources governance and the energy transition is that this must be done in a just way, putting local communities and indigenous groups, such as the groups that our colleagues have talked about, having them at the center of decision making. Let them participate, let them be consulted, their views are incorporated in decision making. Only then can we have a just energy transition. If it is a conversation that's going to be done in the boardrooms, then it will not lead us to justice. My very last one, it was very surprising to me today morning, listening to the Honorable Minister when he was here. He announced something historic that I would like to believe that it's true. He said in the new Mining Act that there is a requirement for the consent of local communities where mining projects will be taking place. I picked that because it's a very profound statement to be made by the minister. So I'd love to think that indeed there will be more consultation and consent by the communities who inhabit the lands where these natural resources are found. I would be keen to look out for that new law and find out what the principles on free, prior, and informed consent are, because I think that's very profound and to vest rights of the people, in themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that brings us to the end of our panel. So a very huge hand clap to our panelists this afternoon. I think we can all agree we've had a very productive day, very productive discussions. So please, a huge hand clap to all our speakers since morning. Please, let's appreciate them. And so I think it has really been interesting to see some of the perspectives. I'm not sure if we all have a common position, but at least I think we have a common understanding, at least to the extent possible. So I think at this point, I'm assuming the rapporteur is ready. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to you. I'm giving you 5 minutes to share. I've not been very generous with time today, but I think everyone must be tired. So I think you can come here to the front, share the key issues, key recommendations, and then I will hand over to Gerald thereafter. So welcome, Haggai.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. 5 minutes is too, but I'll try. I'll start with two key questions that kind of summarized today's discussion. The first question is energy transition about stopping African countries from producing oil to switch to renewables? And the answer was no. Energy transition is about facilitating understanding and dialogue on how global energy shifts are impacting national prospects and how to respond effectively. The second was, is it too soon to consider energy transition issues? No. This is because global energy shifts are already underway and are already having significant impacts on our countries. The questions and responses were from Lynn Gitu. So the deliberations started with the Oxfam country director, who noted that the dialogue couldn't have been timelier. He invited us to use this platform as a strategic space to contribute to the debate on critical minerals and energy transition critical to development. One of the central questions, one of the main questions that kept coming up was around the definition, transitioning to where. And in his presentation, he had given us this definition: the global energy sector's shift from fossil-based systems of energy production and consumption, including oil, natural gas, and coal, to renewable energy sources like wind and solar, as well as lithium batteries. And there was also debate about, has the transition started? When is it starting? Again, from his presentation, I got the sense that we are already in the midst of the transition. This is because the increasing penetration of renewable energy into the energy supply mix, the onset of electrification, and improvements in energy storage are all key drivers of energy transition. So we're already, at least from that perspective. He also noted that whereas energy transition is a very noble agenda, Africa is very underprivileged regarding just energy transition, partly due to rampant energy poverty. And I felt that this captured questions around, oh, we have spent so much time exploring for oil, now we have it, we can't expect to just abandon it. I'll go briefly through what the minister said. He said government is prioritizing the development of renewable energy. Uganda intends to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by at least 25% by 2030. Uganda has committed to doubling the share of renewable energy in the energy mix, as well as increased access to clean cooking technologies in the form of e-cooking and higher efficiency cook stoves. He also noted that the laws in place offer a conducive climate for exploitation of the critical minerals for the benefit of all Ugandans. And I'll briefly, because Jared wrapped up with what he thought was a profound revelation by the minister about the amendment. Specifically, the minister said that the amendment takes care of the environmental hazards and the displacement that those who are about OPAPs must be known and they must know, must be known and must, just a second, must be known, I messed up my notes here a bit, but that they must accept, the remedies. He concluded by saying that the law is very protective. Now, on to emerging issues, key recommendations. One of the expectations was to come up with policy proposals for EAC and national governments to improve governance of critical minerals and renewable energy for a just energy transition generated. So I list a number of challenges, and I'll also read out the recommendation. Take note, I request that you give feedback so that we can enrich the policy paper, which will come as a result of. Challenge number one is lack of enough finance and commitment to have critical minerals exploited to the benefit of Africans. The current mining policies and laws are not explicit on critical minerals despite their critical importance in the energy transition. Lack of information around the extractive sector has heightened expectations and cynicism. Women who tend to be disproportionately affected by climate change tend to be ignored in conversations about policy remedies. There is a lot of misconception as far as the concept of energy transition. Expectations and reality do not match. Am I going too fast? Because I need feedback from you. Transparency remains a major issue. There's land rights, livelihoods and rights of women and children are often abused. Environmental, social, governance issues remain a major concern across the region. We get good laws and institutions in place, but implementation of the same, of these laws remains a big concern. In terms of recommendations, policies and strategies should focus on expanding and diversifying the supply of critical minerals through mining and sourcing. Countries need to cooperate and commit in developing these resources, and commit to do so in a socially and environmentally friendly manner. Energy transition need to be linked to energy justice and climate change. There's a real opportunity for a people-centered energy transition if there's a real opportunity for a people-centered energy transition if we do the right things. We need to pay serious attention to the issues affecting local people in East Africa. We need to take a regional or continental approach if we are to benefit from this energy transition, especially the one that focuses on critical minerals, and we need to move very fast. Consider community co-ownership. We need to consider community co-ownership of renewable energy projects. And there were questions about how will these people get money or resources. Gerard summarized it perfectly by saying that land can be used as equity in these projects. Governments need to take center stage in terms of investing in critical infrastructure for energy transition in order to prevent distortions that may result from domination by private players who may not have interests in ensuring the transition is people-centered and just. Legislators and civil society need to work together in order to come up with more informed interventions in line with a people-centered energy transition. We need to come up with some safeguards in order to protect these critical minerals at the heart of the energy. This was, around the concern of big multinationals coming and controlling the resources. We need to harmonize policies surrounding renewable energy technologies at the regional level. And according to the deliberations, there's movement on the East African mining policy. Yes. Debates on energy transition and focus on renewable energies need to be cognizant of the peculiarities of the developing countries like Uganda. Uganda has invested in exploring for oil. It shouldn't be expected to abandon its resources. Transition should not block our usage of hydrocarbons. It was a common sentiment. Energy transition needs to be looked at from the perspective of facilitating sustainable development for local people. Aspects of clean energy cooking systems, providing access to reliable electricity to rural and peri-urban communities, accessibility to modern technologies in schools, health centers, etc. Lastly, last but not least, dialogue plus debate and information sharing with decision makers and the general population needs to be emphasized. And we need to have, very lastly, we need to have local communities at the center of decision making. Now I'm going to repeat the question, or the two questions I started with, because I thought they summarized our deliberations. Is energy transition about stopping African countries from producing oil to switch to renewables? The answer is no. Energy transition is about facilitating understanding and dialogue on how global energy shifts are impacting national prospects and how to respond effectively. The last question, is it too soon to consider energy transition issues? The answer was no. This is because global energy shifts are already underway and are already having significant impacts on our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haggai. I think those are points of information at this stage. If you have any input, I would request that maybe, Gerald, you share your email so that we don't spend a lot of time on the discussion here, because I know there is still some work that needs to be done. Maybe my only comment would be that we contextualize it for the East Africa region and not just focused on Uganda. So because I think a lot of the discussions were across the three countries. I think, Gerald, you'll send an email to colleagues. I don't know if there are people who have input, but please send it to Gerald so that he works closely with the rapporteur to finalize that declaration or the report for that matter. So I think with that said, I'll invite Gerald to give us some final remarks and wrap up that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. Let's give a round of applause to Nelly for moderating for the day. Yeah, and to ourselves for being a fantastic audience for the day. So all the speakers that have since left the room, and all of the audience that is here, It is my pleasure to thank you all once again for sparing time to come and be with us. It's not normally in my place to give formal speeches, but I'll just thank you, and then later I'll invite Edward, who is the second in command for the Oxfam Uganda office, to officially see us off. But I'll reiterate my thanks to you all for coming. The purpose of this conversation, we are not the only ones. Let's not deceive ourselves. We are not the only ones talking about the energy transition. It's the in conversation now, and everyone else is talking about it. But the purpose of this conversation, this convening, especially for those of us who are here in the room, was to contribute to a regional discussion on these issues as East Africa. It was said as part of the summary of recommendations that a single country approach will not be sufficient for an energy transition. When everyone is speaking in the international spaces, they say Africa versus the rest of the world. What that means is that it's important that we work not just as nations, but also regional blocks such as the East African Community and other blocks, but also as the African continent, to position ourselves to benefit from the energy transition, but also to contribute to setting the tone of it, not just be victims of it like it was with past revolutions that have happened, but be in the lead, be in the lead, put our foot on the ground, put our proposals on the ground, and ensure that transitioning from fossil fuels to clean energy, which is looking increasingly inevitable, is to our benefit. And that the 600 million people can get access to electricity, and that the many women that are experiencing, especially issues with their lungs because of indoor pollution, that thing can be an issue of the past. So the energy transition has many, many dimensions. And as Oxfam, we're happy to work with everyone to make sure that it's people-centered and that indigenous peoples and local communities are at the center of decision-making, and that all of us have a say in shaping the destiny of our nations and our regions. So I'll just finish with that. I'm very excited that you've given us the many policy recommendations you made. That's homework for us. So we're happy to work with you. Stay in touch with us. We'll synthesize the findings, the key issues that emerged today, and we'll be sure to share them with you in an email. The key issues that came from the discussion and the recommendation that also came from the same. When Edward has finished his remarks, seeing us off, I just want to check with Mark that everyone has registered their attendance with you and that they have given you their contacts so that we'll be able to be in touch with you, not just for administrative arrangements for this conference, but most importantly for carrying forward the conversation on the just energy transition for East Africa. I thank you once again. A round of applause to everyone for being very fantastic audience today. Edward, when you're ready, you could make your way to the front to see us off. As Edward is coming, I think we've been having these discussions as individual countries. I want to recognize people, the different nationalities that we have in the room. If you are from Kenya, please raise your hand and make some noise. If you are from Tanzania, please do the same, louder perhaps. If you're from Uganda, please make it low, but make some noise. If you are from academia, wherever you are from, please raise your hand and make some noise. Yeah, we had many of them. If you are from the East African Law Society, please raise your hand for recognition. If you're a member of parliament, we had several of them. Please raise your hand for recognition. If you're a member of parliament of IALA, the East African Legislative Assembly, I think we had few of them. They have since gone, but we recognize them. They contributed. If you are an independent consultant, independent opinion maker, somebody that's shaping this discussion regardless of where you're standing, please raise your hand for recognition. If you are from media, please raise your hand as well for recognition. If I haven't mentioned you, are you going to be able to forgive me? And just raise your hand for recognition as well. Thank you very much. We look forward to further conversation with you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Gerard, and especially, of course, the entire team that has worked tirelessly to have this conference up to this point. Once again, I'm called Edward Mwebaze, and I'm the head of program at Oxfam. Unfortunately, my boss couldn't be able to come back and close. so I have to represent him now. This discussion, I have been, of course, listening and participating attentively. And there is quite a lot of things that we as people who have been in the system, we've been, as Oxfam, we have been supporting these extractives, but we are learning quite a lot every time we come together like this. And I must say that the conference has opened, our eyes and ears to a lot of issues that we need to pay attention to as we go forward with the transition. First of all, you've heard that the transition has been defined by various people here as they came to make their presentations. And you noticed that actually we are not all at the same level of understanding of this transition. I'm glad that more light has been shed on what the transition would look like, but still there is quite a lot to be learned. And what we learned also is that different countries and have different issues. They have different contexts in which they are working, and the transition cannot be the same from Uganda to Rwanda, Tanzania. There could be a lot of differences in terms of how they approach the transition. But there are broad issues which are of common interest, like governance, the governance processes, the technical capacities in the different countries to engage with the subject, but also to support the people on the ground, also to make use of their, for example, the minerals that they have. And we have also noticed that there are capacities in terms of how we can negotiate with the different companies, which actually, dictate the terms in many of these situations. So how do we work to engage these companies to our advantage? And I think this is still something that is challenging. You have also heard something about human rights and land rights, especially. In all these situations, obviously, land is a critical factor. How are we engaging? How shall we address these issues? Even when we talk about oil pipeline here, we are already making a lot of, hearing a lot of concerns around rights. I know that when it comes to mining, obviously the issues of land will really be of critical importance. And we have also heard from government that there are some policies and policy regulations that are being put in place, but which we think that maybe are not yet adequate or have not given all of us enough time to make our input. Are they consultative enough? Are people providing, understanding what the government is planning for them? Are the contracts they sign transparent, and are they visible to the community? So there are so many issues surrounding the transition. And this, what it means is that in order to effectively fit in this transition, we have to engage multi-stakeholders. And that's why today actually it was a good reflection of that. We have academicians, we have people from the government, we have the parliamentarians, we have the civil society, we have others. So it's the correction of such that we need in order to address the issues in the transition. And Oxfam is ready to really engage, to work closely with all these stakeholders to, first of all, to shape the debate, because it is just shaping. There are so many things that we need to understand and put together as a sector in order for us to be able to achieve our goals. So that means we'll work, as Oxfam, work towards good governance of the issues of the minerals and mineral sector. But we also need to be able to ensure that there is a just transition. A transition that, of course, respects people's rights, and also provides for each and everybody's participation. So we need to concretize some of the actions that have been developed here and I understand they are going to be reshaped and shared with all of us. That means once you get the opportunity, provide your input so that it is not left behind. And I am sure that this is not the end. This one of these conferences will be able to, I think Gerard will have to confirm that we should be able to engage. This is the beginning of the process, and therefore there will be a lot more dialogues to be held so that we can see how do we put these actions into how we implement the actions. And lastly, but not, I want to, of course, re-echo the fact that there is a need to strengthen alliances and networks, which will help us to have a stronger negotiation power. And we have already said that not one country, not one individual can be able to address these issues. In the East Africa region alone might also not be enough if we are talking at the global level. So Africa as a whole we need to talk the same, speak the same language, and have the same sort of mindset if we are negotiating with such big powers. Those people have the power and resources. We must be ready to negotiate with them. So the more we form our networks and alliances stronger and able to use them to negotiate at the higher platforms, the better for our transition. And I think the transition agenda, people were asking, is it here? Is it from where to where? And I think you've answered the question that it has started. The transition has started, and what we need to do is to see how do we engage it, at what point, in what year, because we may not all be in the same, on the same path, so some of them are still in potholed roads, so may need to go slow, while others are in, on tarmac, and therefore they need to cruise. So not all of us will be moving at the same pace, but we need to see where do we start while joining the transition, because the transition is already there. With those few words, I want to appreciate the role of the facilitator. I want to thank you. Maybe they should give you a round of applause, because she has facilitated us very well throughout the day, and I hope all of you appreciate that. And of course, I appreciate my own Oxfam colleagues, Gerard, Siraji, and the team who have been working together to really have this conference to fruition up to this point. And with those few words, I want to say thank you and close the workshop at this point, and wish everyone a safe journey back home. Thank you very much.